category. So the fact that you take some of that stimulus away or some of that subsidization away, and that it's not sustainable, it ends in a bust.
And and
Uh,
and Dr. Michelle, in my short time, I know your testimony outlines many harmful housing policies that the Democrats have been pushing in their Build Back Better or Broke plan, whatever you want to call it. While the list is quite long, could you briefly mention some of the most harmful policies?
well, you're outside of the GSEs. Is that? I mean,
Yes.
I think if you look at the GSEs, just that's the biggest chunk of it for me. The GSEs and the FHA. This is no longer a small program. This is the entire market. So it's essentially a federal takeover. And with those expansions, we've seen this happen over and time again.
Yeah. Thank you. I yield back the balance of.
Thank you, and thank you so much, Ms. Wagner, for recognizing that we've made priority housing with 20 hearings and no help from Republicans. Thank you very, very much. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, who is also the chair of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just got to just real quickly because I heard Representative Wagner and Representative Henry, they keep talking about, it seems to me that some of the housing crisis, particularly with regard to in Black America, predates all of what they are talking about. But it also seems to me that when you help someone, give them a hand up, it's okay. But when you have the huge Republican tax cuts that goes to the wealthiest of Americans, that is much more money than you see going to regular folks, that's okay. And then to say that the president is not doing the right things when, in fact, we know that we're coming out of the greatest pandemic that this country has seen in over 100 years. And yes, the war in Ukraine is affecting the economies, which is why the president is at the G7 and at NATO now, working together with our allies who are also suffering from inflation and suffering from Putin's war. So there's no question about that. And I would hope that my Republican colleagues who say that they're supporting Ukraine, which we all should do, and make sure that they get the money that they need to defend themselves, but we should also support our people at home. And we had a conversation with Chairman Powell, who said that if we did not make the investments that we made during the pandemic, that our economy would not be as strong as it is right now, which is stronger than many other places or most other places around the world. So I just had to get that in because, to say that we are supporting Ukraine, but then say, oh, the president is making it up when you know and can see the comparison just does not make sense. So if you're not going to support Ukraine, then say you're not supporting Ukraine, because that does cause us to have higher gas prices and inflation in the United States of America. But now let me go to my question to Ms. Polk first. Ms. Polk, I know your great organization has put out a report, and I think that the chairwoman started talking about this earlier, about the state of housing in Black America, which discusses other challenges that's confronted by Black homeowners, including the home appraisal practices, where the loans, already we know more costly for Black households. And on top of that, the Black homes tend to appreciate less or be valued at a lower value. So this whole thing in regards to algorithms, that may be, can you explain what role of AVMs are and what more needs to be done to make sure that calculations and algorithms aren't having inadvertent negative consequences, or what should we be doing to make sure that we have equity there?
Thank you, Congressman Meeks. When it comes to the Black neighborhood and the appraisals, you're absolutely correct. The housing market is diminishing, the appraisal values are low. And then what are we doing, not just as a national association, but as America? It's important that when we're dealing with the appraisers and the appraisal society, that number one, 1% of the appraisal society are Black. We don't have enough African Americans within the industry to understand the values of our neighborhoods, where we grew up at, where we know the house across the street is worth more value than what the appraiser has stated. So the importance of even the PAVE policy PAVE Act, I'm sorry, to discuss a lot of the challenges on the training that needs to happen within the appraisal society, the licenses that needs to take place. In addition to that, we need to make sure that we hire and employ more Black appraisers so that they can have an opportunity, lessen some of the guidelines for the appraisers to be able to increase that community so that we're able to have true, in fact, real appraisers. When it comes to systematic racism, the low access to capital, the healthcare, the quality of food, the inequality and the racial discrimination that's happened over 400 years ago, it hasn't changed. And as we're seeing now, it's just being bought out. So it's so important that we, as an organization and as America, need to make a difference in the appraisal society, and we've got to hire and employ more Black appraisers.
Thank you for that. And in my little time, I'm going to go to Ms. Choi just to ask, what role does student loan debt play in serving as a barrier to home ownership, and how can we address this issue here in Congress? I put a bill out called Home Ownership for Borrowers with Student Debt Act, and I know for me, coming out of college with student loans, that was it prohibited me from owning a home for a while. So can you address that, Ms. Chow?
Yes, thank you for the question. I think this is a very important topic. I think student loan debt has the same issue with the access to homeownership, because a lot of wealthy young adults who have wealthy parents get access to education without student debt. But we are seeing from the data, a lot of Black young adults are having a higher student debt for the same level of education. They're more likely to drop out of college because they have multiple duties to serve. And also, even after they graduate, they run into problems of being delinquent in that home. And that is also having a negative impact on the access to homeownership. So I would love to look more into your text, but I think this is a very, very important issue to address.
Thank you very much. I'm out of time. Thank you, Madam Chair. You're back.
Mr. Posey, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Waters. Mr. Michel, the opening lines of the majority policy paper for this hearing suggests homeownership should be a policy tool for closing a wealth gap in this country. Please tell us what economic research suggests about making reduced wealth gap an objective for homeownership policy.
Well, I don't agree that it should be that home ownership itself should be a policy. There are lots of reasons not to own a home. It's an individual decision, and if we're talking about something like sustainable home ownership, there are many economic conditions and reasons that will make that either difficult or easy. There's nothing wrong with renting. Federal policy should not distinguish between both or between either renting or owning. The research does not, even though there's a correlation between things like, say, good citizenship and homeownership, it doesn't mean that one causes the other. There's actually lots of research that shows negative spillover effects from owning, especially long-term low equity loans. Negative spillovers like hesitancy to move in search of a better job opportunity, just to name one off the top of my head. Is that where you're going? I'm not sure if I'm answering exactly what you're.
No, you're answering exactly. I just was looking for some balance, and you provide that balance. And so thank you for being so straightforward with that.
Okay.
When Secretary Carson was the HUD, we had begun to appreciate that making housing affordable depends a lot on being able to expand new housing supply while holding the line best way possible of building new housing. What happens to housing prices and affordability when we expand housing demand subsidies without addressing the conditions of housing supply?
Prices go up, and as the prices go up with the through either FHA or GSE loans that we have more lower equity loans. So you've got sort of pockets geographically throughout the United States that are either more or less constrained than others. And then you've basically got one federal policy that just says, give more loans, get more loans. So it's not surprising to get exactly the result that we've had, which is more consumer debt and incredibly rapid increasing home prices.
What do you think Congress should do to help bring down the cost of building new housing so that we can expand supply to meet the growing demand without driving up prices?
Well, there's very little that Congress can do to increase the supply. So what it has to do is concern itself with demand relative to supply. And that again means paring back on the increase in demand. So supply is going to be more local driven, and you have to back off, literally back off. You have to shrink the footprint of all the things that are being done federally to increase demand. Otherwise, you're going to keep getting higher prices.
One of the bills under consideration in this hearing is the bill to provide 20 to 25,000 or even more in high-cost areas to provide qualifying assistance to certain first-time, first-generation home buyers in purchasing their first home. Can you comment on the pros and cons of that approach?
Well, the pros, of course, are if you do get if you're a recipient of that, you get the money for your down payment, and that's good for you. But the cons to that, again, are you're doing nothing to change the underlying conditions. So if you have a African American, for example, that doesn't have a rich uncle, there's you're assuming that simply giving them the money would be good for them. And again, while it might be good to be able to purchase that home, you're actually not purchasing a home, you're purchasing a mortgage. And the research shows that what we get from spillovers from home ownership, you could actually be picking up the behaviors that somebody has or builds over time when they do save money. So you're taking the saving the money part out of the equation. You're saying that that doesn't matter when in fact the research shows that that part could matter more. And that's not to say that there shouldn't be something done to advance and increase economic opportunity, but there's a difference between that and just giving somebody the check.
Gotcha. Listen, for the record, Madam Chair, I've been a realtor for well over 40 years, and I can assure you, during the entire time since the very beginning, first orientation class, every realtor is aware that there should not be any discrimination in housing whatsoever, and the only color any realtor should be concerned with is green, and that's putting the deal together. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, who is also the chair of the House Agricultural Committee, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Ms. Pope, let me direct this question to you. A recent study pointed out that 33% of home sales were made by private investment groups in my area. And my area in Atlanta led the nation as the #1 metropolitan area in the entire nation for investor purchases of single family homes. And so, Ms. Pope, explain how this investor activity in this subset of housing markets impacts individual buyers and hurts us. Ms. Pope.
Thank you, Councilman Scott. First of all, when lenders hesitate in a low balance mortgage in an area, buyers can't purchase. So when they can't purchase, a lot of times it opens the doors for investors who pays cash. Also, these cash investors, they do them in bulk. So the more properties for less money, it's a wholesale. What happens in this case, it displaces the residents, which creates low inventory, and it creates definitely low inventory for the neighborhood. But what ends up happening is you have a high rental market that makes it not sustainable for the home ownership. And it makes it difficult for anyone looking to buy a property that this is hard to buy because all the property's been taken up by these type of investors who are buying and paying in cash. Our typical home buyer doesn't have the cash. They just don't have it. That's why financing is available. So to strip that away from the American dream strips them away from that home ownership.
Yeah, and to your point, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, our home newspaper, reported that this large investor buying activity was linked to a drastic decline in home ownership rates. And however, as the case in so many often situations, This connection disappeared when comparing predominantly white neighborhoods with predominantly Black neighborhoods. Ms. Pope, explain that for me.
And I hope I'm explaining this correctly. So when an investor buys a single property, rather they're going to rent it or fix it up to sell, then that market is increased. It makes the inventory low, first of all, because that borrower can't purchase it at prime price. Now it's excelled because that investor fixed the property up and resold it and flipped it. That makes it very difficult in a community because then it becomes unaffordable and possibly having challenges with the appraisals. And that's what we're finding across the board. I'm from Ohio, and we follow the same issues of having all of these investors buying in neighborhoods, increasing the sales price or renting. Everything's escalated higher. And then it makes it harder for a Black person or anyone to buy a home in that area because of the appraisal values or because they can't afford it now. It's not the typical average regular price.
And let me get to the genesis of the issue from my standpoint. How are these firms able to track what neighborhoods and areas will see future high-paying jobs and good performing schools, which tend to increase home prices?
So when an investor buys a property, it strips away the home ownership. So you're right, the home buyers, the school systems that they go, the grocery stores they go to, the banks that are very little in the neighborhood becomes a challenge because now you're taking away that home ownership, that neighborhood that is created to have sustainability. So that's stripped away when you're lessening the housing market and increasing the rental market.
So my time is running out, but here's the bottom line I want you to answer. Is it fair to say that these private equity firms would then target single-family homes in majority African American neighborhoods more than in majority white neighborhoods?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And for full disclosure on everybody in the call today, I am a small business owner and I am an investor. Now, as we are having these conversations, some of these questions I hear coming out of left field about the housing market, we should take a second to recognize where the Biden economy currently stands. And it stands with everybody, not just one group or two groups. Everybody's being affected by the bad decisions coming out of this Biden administration. American savings rate, it's at its lowest level since the Great Recession. And while credit card debt is hitting all-time highs, supply chains are broken, having visible impact when our constituents go to the grocery store with empty shelves, but also on inventories for other small businesses. And I'm in the car business. I just said that I'm a small business owner in the car business, and we usually carry around 800 units on the ground. And today, as I sit in one of my businesses, we only have 26 units on the lot for sale. So I can tell you about supply chain. The supply chain problems are making it particularly difficult for commercial and residential real estate industries. Projects are being delayed because they can't find the raw materials necessary to complete their bills. And when timelines get stretched out because of unforeseen circumstances and inflation, the overall cost goes up. Even if these builders are able to secure all the necessary materials, they are having real problems in finding skilled workers to complete these new projects. And inflation is at a 40-year high as a result of out-of-control government spending by the Biden administration and too accommodative monetary policy. This has forced the Federal Reserve to raise interest rates at unprecedented pace to get these unprecedented price increases under control. And this has led to the 30-year fixed mortgage rising to a 14-year high this week of almost 6%. To put a perspective into it, a year ago, this mortgage rate was sitting at 3%. This is a massive year-over-year increase coupled with home prices hitting all-time highs and are not making this a buyer-friendly environment for anyone. And as a result, all of these factors, consumer confidence is currently sitting at its lowest level since the start of COVID pandemic, the Biden economy just simply is not working. So needless to say, we have a long way to go before Americans are confident again in the direction our economy is heading. So, Mr. Michel, can you give us your opinion on how we got to this point and then what steps we need to take to get our economy back on solid ground?
Well, I mean, part of it again is I think on the inflation side is the fiscal spending. Part of the supply chain issues, or largely the supply chain issues, are due to the COVID government shutdowns. You had a incredibly large drop in demand and then snapped back in demand, bigger than anything in the historical record. So we have to be a little bit patient. Um, we also have to stop spending more at the federal level. It's only exacerbating supply chain problems. We only have so many resources to go around. You don't want to keep bidding them up. And then on the other side, I think the Fed's actually doing what they should be doing. The Fed has started tightening. At this point, monetary policy is probably the only tool that's going to help long term. And there are signs that that's starting to work. Credit markets are tightening. Money growth is coming down. Some signs of core inflation kind of turning back. So, I mean, I think we're on the right road as far as that goes.
Well, and we need to quit talking about tax increases. We need to keep taxes where they are. And
Yeah, I don't really understand the tax increase thing, but go ahead.
yeah, I don't understand it either, but that we'll move on to that for later. Excessive regulations are important. They can be a major drag, as you know, on the economy and private sector participants. And there's been studies that have been shown in President Biden's first year in office, businesses have spent over 131 million paperwork hours complying with these new regulations. And I can tell you about that. I'm in a business that's all commission. And my business, even had to hire a compliance officer and pay him a salary to comply with these regulations we're getting burdened with. So this takes away valuable time away from productive activities that could be adding value to the economy and helping people to buy houses. So we must always be looking at ways to free up businesses' time so they're not consumed with in productive activities. So real quick, have you previously done some extensive research on the Dodd-Frank Act, and can you discuss certain parts of the bill that would lead you to believe we're holding back the economy that we could re-examine in this committee?
Sure. I definitely Title I of Dodd-Frank with systemic risk and financial stability regulation, given the Fed and Treasury sort of a blank check to go out and just do anything in the name of guarding against potential systemic risk and failure. And that's showing up in crypto and fintech markets right now.
Okay. My time's up, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, who is also the chair of the subcommittee on housing, community development, insurance, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me first of all just sort of deal with some of the issues that have been thrown out, Mr. Michel. First of all, I appreciate your appearance here before the committee and presenting information. But what I'd like for you to address is if there is a $2 trillion drop out of the revenues of the United States, does that contribute to inflation?
A drop in tax revenue contributed to inflation?
Yes.
No, I would not make that argument. Maybe there's another way you can make that argument, but I would not make that argument.
So dropping $2 trillion
in tax
out of tax revenues is not as devastating on the economy as spending $1 trillion for infrastructure. I mean, is it connected to who does it or what? I mean,
well, if you're asking me if one is inflationary and one is not, then I'm going to say that if you drop $2 trillion in tax revenue out, it's not inflationary. And if you put $1 trillion of spending into the economy, that it is inflationary. And I guess if that's where this is going, where if we have inflation, all we need to do is increase taxes, I don't know that that's actually equitable. I don't know that it actually works that way in practice.
I didn't suggest that. I'll play it back. I don't think I suggested that. If I did,
fair enough.
Yeah, I misspoke. If I said that, what I'm trying to deal with is, we spent $1 trillion. We had a $2.3 trillion hit on the economy with the tax cuts, and the revenue fell or is falling substantially short of the 2.3 trillion. So, hopefully we'll get to a point where something is right or wrong because it's right or wrong, and not who did it. And so, the $2 trillion drop hurt us. And let me ask you one other thing, and then I'll move on. My assumption is that you oppose the bipartisan infrastructure bill that we some of us proudly voted for, Republicans and Democrats. Is that true?
Correct. I don't think that was a good bill.
Okay. And so what would you say to, let's say, the people who are concerned about the 45,000 bridges in poor condition in the United States? Or what, I'll tell you this, what would you say to the people in your community who didn't need this stat to realize we were in trouble? That we rank 13th in the world in terms of our aging infrastructure. 45,000 bridges in poor condition. What do you say to the people all around the country who believe we were in trouble? And what would you say to every president since Bill Clinton has said they wanted pass an infrastructure bill? We need an infrastructure week where the legislative process is going to begin. So all those people have to have been wrong that we desperately needed an infrastructure bill. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I would say that that's wrong. Yes, and I would say that they're politically very popular for every president and most congressmen and senators. Yes.
But why is it popular? Is it because here in Kansas City we're getting ready to put in new bridges where we were having flooding where 25 people died? Is it something that I should be apologetic about? I voted for it very proudly, and I have not heard a single Republican or Democrat or vegetarian or anybody else has complained about it.
No, if I were you, I would want to get as much money as I could from my constituents from as many places I could get it from.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to, and I thank you too for your, Mr. Michelle, for your president of our committee and your answers.
Thank you so very much. You can add to that clean water, Mr. Cleaver. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I've certainly enjoyed this macroeconomic debate with our witnesses and our members. It's always rewarding, I think, actually. I'm sorry we're not in the committee room together today. I would say to my good friend Greg Meeks that I appreciate his work on building bipartisan support for targeted support in Ukraine with our European allies. I didn't quite take his messaging that somehow Republicans don't support that. So I wanted to thank him for his working to make sure we have bipartisan support there. But I do want to correct the record from my good friend, Brother Cleaver in Kansas City and Greg on this tax issue. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act helped all American families, brown, white, and black, with lower tax rates, easier filing, a better child tax credit. We need to make those tax cuts permanent. That should be a priority for Democrats and Republicans. Secondly, on the revenue issue, corporate tax revenues, despite the large cut in the rate, are at their highest level in American history. We are earning more corporate tax revenue than we have in the history of the country, and $1 trillion came back into the U.S. for U.S. investment there. So I think that the gentleman's argument about revenue loss is quite exaggerated there. And the real challenge that we're talking about today is the impact on supply chain and Biden inflation and the impact on housing affordability. And it is devastating, as I said in my opening comments. And I want to start with Dr. Chandan. In your testimony, very interesting. You say the analysis shows nationally institutional investor share of the market has risen since just prior to the pandemic, but only accounts for 2.5% of home sales. By comparison, individual investors and mom and pop investors in our towns and cities and counties account for 24% of the market. So, Dr. Shandon, is there evidence that this is only in low-income neighborhoods, or is it across the board in these growing metro areas? Let me ask you that.
Thank you, Congressman Hill. I think the data that you cite and that I cite in my testimony is provided by Freddie Mac in a just recently completed study. While there's always opportunity, and here there is significant opportunity to improve data transparency and availability, what we do know is that nationally, 24, 25% of investors in markets that are buying single-family homes without the intention of living in them, or reselling them, but of repurposing them as single-family rental homes, does include a wide range of investors, and we should be careful not to conflate, large institutions with that entire pool. And so about 2.5.
Thank you. Let me reclaim my time, because the marginal investor in your data you presented from Freddie is an individual mom and pop investor, not per se the institutional. So number two, I've never seen anything that it's disproportionately in low income neighborhoods either. So let me ask you this. A lot of families have kids, and the number of kids in the rental market, a lot of apartments don't have multi-bedroom units. Isn't the best place for a mom with kids who has multiple kids, sometimes a single family home? Isn't that a better choice for her rather than an apartment where they don't have as much choice and no yard?
One thing that we absolutely do observe is that as households age in their life cycle, in particular, as you point out, as they have their first children, the set of amenities that they look for changes and expands, and in many cases will include things like parks, good quality public schools that you get better access to when you live in a home, in large part because of its location. For some families,
let me thank you for that. If you have other comments on that, please submit them for the record, because I think this is a key element of what we're talking about today. Also looked at the affordability chart, looking at my favorite source, of course, everybody loves the St. Louis Federal Reserve Bank. And it shows that minority home ownership skyrocketed under the Trump administration from its post-crisis low of basically 2016, 2017. And then the pandemic knocked off that home affordability and ownership rates for Black, brown, and white Americans. So we need to get back on that. I thank my chairwoman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Perlmutter, who is also the chair of the Subcommittee on Consumer Protection and Financial Institutions, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Madam Chair. My friend, Mr. Hill, I think is started off on the right track. I'm not sure he ended on the right track, but he started off on the right track by talking about this being a macroeconomic kind of question that we're asking. It's also microeconomic. And I would just say, we've had some questions about supply and demand. Listening to Dr. Michelle, he doesn't really want to mess around with the supply. He wants to cut the demand, and he cuts the demand by making sure people don't have any cash. Okay, that'll work. All of a sudden, then there'll be an oversupply. In Colorado, long before Joe Biden took office, we've seen house prices increasing because we've had our population increasing and have had the supply hasn't kept up with the population. That's really what's happened in Colorado, probably other places in the country as well. The Ohios, maybe Arkansas, maybe New York, there's been people leaving and house prices have stayed stable or maybe even dropped. I guess a question to the entire panel, and And Ms. Pope, I really appreciated your economic analysis of things, probably the best. But just a bigger question, demographically in the United States of America, do we have enough housing for our population? And where do we see our population going over the next 10 years? Do we think that the supply will keep up with the demand, or do we see demand shrinking? And so I'll start maybe with you, Ms. Pope, and see if you've considered sort of the demographic question, or if you have to look at it on a market by market basis.
Thank you so much for the question. You know, in the future, I do not see the demand, or I do not see the supply increasing. The demand is much higher than supply right now. And you got to remember, home buyers in America, when they're purchasing home or looking to buy, and the offers that are coming through the properties are at least 5 to 10 times more than it's been in the past. Those same buyers are now in a renting capacity. So now they're sitting ducks. So when you look at all of those buyers that can't buy because of lack of inventory, the demand is strong. The supply is going to take time unless we build and we do more housing, you know, within the cities, within the suburban areas, so that homeowners can be able to buy. So the demand is very low. The supply has to increase. That's the only way that home buyers can purchase the property. You know, when you're talking about the offers that are then, as I mentioned earlier, it just doesn't work with that. It's just not enough properties, and we need the help to have Congress. Anyone can help, especially with the NARAB group, to help so that we can increase the supply so our buyers can purchase. But I don't see the supply happening that fast. I do not.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Calhoun, you had a chart that you wanted to show with ups and downs of the housing market over the last, I don't know how many years. But I'm curious if you've taken a look at demographic trends nationally, because it seems to me that sort of the birth rate is down. I don't know about the immigration rate. It goes up and down. But talk to me a little bit about how you see supply and demand on a general basis, not the monetary supply, just people and housing stock.
Yes, and there are a couple of factors that make it clear that we have an absolute housing shortage. And I note that our fellow panelists from the Urban Institute, they have done research on this. One factor to put in is we have an aging housing supply. It is not keeping up, and there is obsolescence with about 1 to 2% dropping out each year. And so even with steady state, you have to take that into account. But the big thing is that we are experiencing a huge shift. The new households are predominantly households of color, younger households who will be looking to buy homes. And in addition, we have a factor with current older households, a trend towards families wanting to age in place for a longer period rather than sell that house and free it up for recycling. We have got to remove barriers to the construction, particularly for the entry-level market, and that is an absolutely critical part to keep us where we are, but we also have to move forward.
All right, let me stop you for 1 second just to make a kind of a final comment. I know in the Western United States, the interest rates have already taken effect on the housing market. Land development has slowed, new construction has slowed, and home sales have slowed. And so any comment on the interest rate increases before my time expires, which expires right now. So you're not going to get a chance to answer. I yield back to the chair.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Waters. First of all, I've been probably for over 45 years built houses. I've built apartments. We developed property. Quite frankly, some of the response has been laughable. And the Democrats can pick who they want on the 20-some hearings we've had. This is my second hearing, but you might want to get people that have been in the business that can give you some real live experiences. The number one issue that's causing housing prices to go up is very simple. It's the war this administration has put on oil and gas. Now, the trucks that delivered a load of lumber to our house today.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, I cannot see Mr. Norman. Are you on, Mr. Norman?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
I don't see you on camera, sir.
Okay, hold on. Let me get some.
There you go.
You got it? Oh, can you see it now?
Just your friend, Texas.
Okay, can everybody see it? How about now?
You're good. Nope, we lost you again.
Okay, Austin, can you come in and see if you can? Maxine, can I have?
Is this
Let me
Foster?
get this straightened out, and I'll have my. What's going on here?
Mr. Norman, the gentleman from South Carolina? I can't.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you're on. We don't,
Okay.
we can't see you. Is your video on? Mr. Norman?
Video's on. Let's see. Yes, ma'am.
We need to see you on. Okay,
Okay. Can I?
you're coming
Can I
on?
just come? I can't. We can't get it. Can I come back again? Can you
Yes, I
call
will
me?
come back. No
I'm sorry.
problem.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let's go to the next person. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster, who is also the chair of the task force on artificial intelligence, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Am I audible and visible here?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Yeah, so I am struck by the fact very often that it seems like we put a lot of effort into house construction, but not necessarily the right houses. That, you know, if you look around at the number of empty nesters sitting around in McMansions with large numbers of empty rooms, yeah, I bet we could cure the problem with people who are homeless in this country if we could somehow snap our fingers and reallocate that effort. And so I'm a fan of the free market in almost all circumstances, and I'm a little bit distressed by everything that's put into place to interfere with the free market in ways that lower the ability of people without a lot of means to purchase houses that they might be able to afford. And so I was wondering, what are the most cost-effective interventions in the free market, or maybe just returns to the free market that would allow people, that would allow the supply and demand for low-end housing to line up, or removal of subsidies that we have in place for, or rules, you know, that encourage people to build big houses on big lots instead of a small multifamily. Does anyone want to take and I'm interested in, you know, we will have to put some federal money into this. What are the most effective subsidies, and where can we put them, either on the supply side or the demand side? Yeah.
If
Yeah,
I may, if I may respond, I'll know for the record that I have both run billion-dollar home lending programs to families of modest means, and I've also been a private real estate developer and have experience from that side as well. A couple of things that we can do, we suggest are being piloted now, is to help families, as I mentioned in my testimony, through the vulnerabilities of today's more volatile world. Gig economy workers shouldn't be precluded from having a chance at home ownership. And those are things like reserve funds, which our partner lending institution is piloting, as well as loss of income protection insurance that helps people make up for the deficiencies, quite frankly, in today's unemployment insurance programs. But those, again, one of the things that we missed in this hearing is we are in a different world than we were in 2008, thanks to Dodd-Frank. People have affordable mortgages right now. We are not facing a dramatic plunge in pricing because of foreclosures as we did in 2008. We have made lending more sustainable. We just now need to make it more inclusive, like it was in the 50s and 60s when we brought millions, tens of millions of white families into the middle class through very affordable FHA, VA loans that go up to 100% financing. If those are properly underwritten with responsible programs such as reserve funds and and loss of insurance, loss of income insurance, you can do this in a way that is safer and more inclusive and relies on the free market to deliver the housing we need.
Yeah, thank you. But there's still the short-term problem of total amount of lumber. And so it seems like part of the way out of that is to allocate the lumber toward building smaller units, more smaller units. Dr. Shandon, you look like you wanted to say something.
Yes, sir. I mean, when we look at sort of the deterioration in the share of units being built that are small or entry level, we're down to about 7% from something that was significantly higher. The average home under construction right now is 2,500 square feet. It's not an entry level home. A lot of this is at the local level. The availability of materials and skilled labor is certainly an issue. Another is local zoning that limits the ability to use smaller parcels of land or to build smaller homes. Another is an allocation issue where in some parts of the country, local transfer taxes or the costs associated with buying and selling are high enough that, at least on the margin, it will inhibit some families as they grow from moving into right sizing into a larger home, opening up the supply of entry level homes. You stay in that small space a little bit longer than you might otherwise because the transaction costs are high. Those are all things that, in particular at the local and state level, that we can begin to address, that are largely in sort of the regulatory and zoning environment.
Thank you. And it looks like my time is up.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you,
Mr. Rose?
Give me just a second.
All right.
I should be unmuted. Are you hearing me? Are
You're
you hearing
breaking
me?
up.
All right. I am doing this remotely, so I apologize. Are you hearing me any better?
Yes, I hear you better. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman Waters and Ranking Member McHenry, for holding this hearing, and thank you to our witnesses. Before we get into my questions, I just wanted to make a few comments. Earlier in the hearing, the Chairwoman referred to this committee as the, quote, Democratic Committee, end quote. I think that this is one of the problems with the committee as it is currently constructed. It should be the Financial Services Committee, of course, not the Democratic Financial Services Committee. That's why we get some of these hearing titles that show you before the hearing even starts that it will be biased and not a serious, I'm afraid, examination of the issues. Additionally, Mr. Sherman stated that the Democrats' Build Back Better Act is fully paid for. This was directly contradicted by the Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, I'll point out. And I would also like to echo some comments at the outset that have been made by my colleague concerning the proposals that are attached to this legislative hearing. We are over $30 trillion in debt. We are experiencing the highest inflation in over 40 years. Gas is $5 per gallon. And the majority has chosen to attach proposals to this hearing that would spend money we don't have, put people in houses they can't afford, and exacerbate the inflation that is hurting everyday Americans. On December 6, 2021, the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network issued an advanced notice of proposed rulemaking on anti-money laundering regulations for real estate transactions. The proposed rules would apply to non-financed real estate transactions. FinCEN already applies its framework to finance real estate and commercial transactions, as well as all cash residential transactions. If this rulemaking is finalized, anti-money laundering requirements would be extended to virtually all real estate transactions. Dr. Michelle, do you see any issues with expanding FinCEN's reach in this area?
I'm sorry, the very last part, do I see?
Do you see any issues with expanding FinCEN's regulatory reach in this arena?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of mind-boggling to me. I don't know why we would do that. I don't think there's a regulatory issue here. This is a supply-demand issue and not more than that. So that, yeah, I wouldn't be in support of that.
And on a similar note, I have previously expressed concern that the federal government uses the Bank Secrecy Act to deputize the private sector to collect personal data from American citizens. Dr. Michelle, you have previously recommended that Congress should simply require financial firms to keep customer records and then have law enforcement abide by the Fourth Amendment to access those records. Could you please elaborate on this approach?
Yes, I think that that would be a way of handling this that is completely consistent with the constitutional protections that we're supposed to have. If you're accused of a crime, that's one thing. If you're not accused of a crime, then you shouldn't be subject to law enforcement actions. So the way it seems to me the way to handle this with the Bank Secrecy Act is to say that the bank will keep records so that we can identify customer transactions. And if there is somebody who is legitimately suspected of a crime, then law enforcement will, just like in any other criminal investigation, go get a warrant and then they can go and get that information. That's not a problem in any other criminal investigation, so it shouldn't be in this case.
Thank you. I entirely agree with that assessment. Dr. Michelle, has the Fed's purchase, kind of shifting gears, has the Fed's purchases of mortgage-backed securities put upward pressure on housing prices?
I don't think it's the biggest component, but yeah, the direction has to be upward price pressure because it is increasing liquidity to some extent in the MBS market, making it easier to get loans. So it's magnifying that problem, yes.
And Dr. Michelle, as you know, Democrats on this committee have been trying to expand the Fed's set of responsibilities to include things like racial inequality and climate change. Do you worry about proposals to expand the Fed's mandate, and what impact do you think they could have on housing policy? Should the Fed's responsibilities be narrower?
I am worried, and I do think it should be narrower, not broader.
Thank you. I think my time has expired. Thank you, Chairwoman Waters, and I yield back.
You're so welcome. And if it would make you happy, I wouldn't hesitate to call this the Republican Democratic Committee if you would give us a vote on housing, okay? The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Lawson, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I would like to again welcome everyone to the committee. One of the things that I was thinking about is back in, I think it was 1972, when I was trying to get a house for the very first time. I remember the house was about 21.5, and so I went to FHA Barrier, but I noticed today that that FHA is disproportionately the way that people of color sometimes go out and borrow money for housing. Haven't had a competitive disadvantage in the housing market. The share of FHA insurers mortgages have fell now to around about 18%. And it looks like here, basically in 2020 and to 2021, continue the downward trend towards a lower level, I would say up until about 2012. If the present trend of increased home purchase continue as projected, how could sellers be encouraged to conduct business with the FHA borrowers when the cash buyers can offer incentivizing offers above the asking price? And this is to the whole panel.
Hi, this is President Polk. Thank you so much for that question. You know, sellers, you're right, they can take offers as cash buyers. We can't steer them. But what we can as real estate practitioners, at least educate your homeowners, your sellers about the different type of financing. Sometimes cash is not the right way to go. Sometimes it's a better way to finance because you get more money. Sometimes the cash borrowers are charging less than more because you think you can close in 7 or 10 days. A lot of times we find out that a couple more weeks later, you could have given that homeowner a better opportunity to buy a home. So I would suggest that real estate agents being educating their sellers on the different options and why it's important for home ownership.
Okay, anyone else on the panel would like to respond? Anyone else would like to respond?
I will add, FHA can be more user-friendly. It has been constrained, as you know, in that it relies totally on appropriated funds for its operations. And it has historically been underfunded. It has played catch-up recently, thankfully, through appropriations over the last few years to upgrade its technology. But FHA needs to operate with the same resources that other lending options do so that they're equally competitive. And right now, they are very much still resource constrained, which makes them less user-friendly for both borrowers and sellers.
Okay.
I would just like
Go ahead.
I would just like to add that so one of the things that we do have to think about, I think it's also related to the last question about why white households are more likely to have the rich uncle in the first place. And that is an outcome of many of the prior policies that have been in place in this country. The only way to reverse that trend is actually to lift up those people who have been previously discriminated in the market. And just leaving alone in the market would not solve the racial disparities, as we have seen multiple times in the year. We have seen that the racial disparities have increased over time, and then the Black households were disproportionately impacted during the Great Recession. They have lost a huge wealth in the market. And then one of the reasons is because they have been a target of predatory lending practices, and subprime loans made a huge impact on their wealth. And these subprime loans, the data shows, and a lot of academic research shows, that these subprime loans and predatory lending practices were more prevalent in the private sector. So I don't think the argument of blaming the government that on every issue actually makes sense. And I don't think it's actually the core reason that we are seeing the racial disparities that we are seeing in the housing market right now.
And I might not be able to get into this next question, but I had a townhouse, and recently, I get all these calls from outside people saying that we would like to buy your townhouse. We'd like to buy your townhouse, and we got the most competitive offer that we can give you. And those calls come in all the time, but I don't guess there's anything that we can do about that, because that really affects the market, whether the townhouse or other rental units. And so, since my time about run out, Madam Chair, I will yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank all of our witnesses for being here today. Yesterday, during an oversight subcommittee hearing where Democrats attempted to create scapegoats for their left-wing policies ruining the housing market, one of the Democrat witnesses advocated for, this was great, for a government takeover of all private property and housing. A yes or no, please, from the witnesses. Does anyone on this panel believe that the government should own and operate all housing and property within the United States?
No.
No.
Let's just make it easier. Does anybody say yes? Is there one yes? Can anybody entertain me? Okay, there's no yeses. All right. This same witness for the Democrats also advocated during the pandemic that renters and homeowners should participate in a quote unquote rent and mortgage strike and withhold payments due to their landlords or lenders, whether they could afford to pay them or not. So I'm going to make this really specific. Do any of the panelists believe that during the pandemic, if someone did not lose their job, if they were not under financial hardship, that it would be appropriate for them to go on a rent or a mortgage strike? So do you think you have to pay your bills if you can? Anybody want to say that?
You should pay your bills if you can.
All right, great. Thank you. It seems that under the current majority's plan to address rising mortgage and rent costs is just to throw more and more money at the problem rather than addressing the root causes driving these price increases. The federal government has been heavily subsidizing housing for decades with very little to show for it. In fact, home ownership rates among Black families have actually decreased since the Fair Housing Act passed in 1968. Yet my colleagues across the aisle, their plan is just more of the same, throwing money at the problem as if demand is the issue in the housing market, when we all know the lack of supply is what has long been driving increased costs in finding a home, whether that's to rent or buy. Just last week, this committee marked up the chair's Down Payment Toward Equity Act on a party line vote. This bill would give individuals making over $200,000, which is more than any of us make as members of Congress, almost $100,000 grants for home purchases. Putting aside what a terrible idea that is, Mr. Michel, how would the housing market respond to this type of grant program were it to become law?
Well, it's the same sort of phenomenon where you have you can look at a major drop in interest rates. What's happened over time is that those that decrease, I'm sorry, has been capitalized in home prices. So the interest rate drops, monthly payment drops. It's the same sort of effect. You would expect that to be capitalized in home prices in a relatively short period of time, maybe a little bit longer than the interest rate. Sellers would recognize that somebody is already coming to the table on a regular basis with that first, say, $50,000 or $100,000 covered. Therefore, you know that you can increase the price. That's going to get capitalized in prices.
Well, you kind of answered it, but what would the inflationary impact be? Would it go up?
Up, yes. That would be the direction, up.
So in short, the chair's bill would make inflation even worse than it already is. Mr. Michel, could you explain to us how housing costs factor into the core price index?
Yeah. So it's not directly, it's a shelter-based service sort of price, where you have rental prices incorporated into it, and then for homeowners, it's a rental equivalent. So it's based on the value of homes, and those also affect rents. And then the service that you get out of that component of your shelter is calculated. So it's, to save the statistic part, with a lag, it goes into the CPI and it becomes a part of the index. And it's done with a fairly substantial lag. So we are probably going to see an elevated shelter component of the CPI for at least another year, no matter what.
Okay, so is it fair to say that this down payment grant program would directly counteract the actions being taken by the Fed to lower inflation?
Yes, in that it would continue to put upward pressure on the CPI through that housing component, yes.
Thank you. It is obvious that we need to be focused on increasing the supply of housing rather than pushing supply side subsidies when demand is already sky high, especially throughout the Sun Belt, like in my state of South Carolina. We need more homes, not more subsidies. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, who is also the vice chair of the Subcommittee on Consumer Protection and Financial Institutions, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First and foremost, for your leadership and for the class, decorum, and fairness that you exhibit every day in this role. Housing is a fundamental human right. Yet across the country and in my district, the Massachusetts 7th, millions of people do not have access to a safe, decent, and affordable place to call home. For decades, Black families have been locked out of home ownership opportunities due to discriminatory lending, and now private equity-backed institutional landlords have pushed this dream even further out of reach by gobbling up single-family homes and worsening the housing crisis across this country. Ms. Pope, the 5 largest single-family rental companies own almost 300,000 homes. Now, what are the consequences when institutional investors purchase these homes in bulk, often in cash, and how are they worsening housing affordability and forcing would-be home buyers into the rental market?
Thank you for the question. Let me start and say again, when lenders hesitate, to lend to low balance mortgages, that means lower properties that's in neighborhoods buyers can't purchase when they're hesitating. And what that does, it opens up the doors, as I stated earlier, for investors who pay cash. They buy in bulks, the properties for less money, then there's wholesaling. It displaces the residents and it creates low inventory for the neighborhood. So when you have these cash buyers, the cash investors, and a homeowner can't have that American dream because they're bought out of a cash deal, it makes it very difficult. Then they have to go back and try to rebid on properties. Number one, that makes it harder because now they're against many buyers who then are pricing higher than is normalcy, which pushes them out the market. It brings them into a mode where they have to rent because many of them are in a situation where the rental market is getting ready, or their rents are getting ready to either increase or it's getting ready to end. So they have to either re-sign that lease another year. So it does stop a lot of provision from Black homeowners into buying homes.
Thank you. And Ms. Pope, most of these homes these institutional investors are buying up are in predominantly Black neighborhoods. So yes or no, based on what you are seeing, is the influx of institutional investors and cash buyers driving up home prices in predominantly Black communities, yes or no?
Yes.
And home buyers, Ms. Pope, are not the only ones impacted. Are these communities seeing rents go up as well as a result?
Absolutely.
And Ms. Pope, would you say that institutional investors are accelerating gentrification of communities of color and displacing low-income residents?
Yes.
Thank you. That is exactly what I've been hearing from people in cities across my district, like Cambridge and Boston, where rents have risen by 30 and 27% higher than last year, respectively. This is unsustainable, and my most vulnerable constituents are drowning financially because they cannot afford these rent increases. This hearing is about home ownership, but right now, home ownership isn't even feasible for many in my district who are being squeezed by predatory rent hikes imposed by institutional investors. Mr. Calhoun, you mentioned in your testimony that broad student debt cancellation would help address the racial home ownership gap. I agree. What other policies will provide relief to tenants facing unsustainable rent increases?
Again, a couple of things. We have to increase the supply of affordable rental housing as well. And then one of the provisions that expired in January, the children's tax credit. I mean, one of the things we talk about homeownership producing wealth, it's also a manifestation of people's existing wealth and existing financial security. Another thing is actually there's recent Federal Reserve research that shows that expansion of Medicaid increases not just general financial security, but home ownership. Again, what you've talked about, putting people in a stable financial position so that they can either securely rent or purchase a home. And if I may, I'd like to give a shout out to two programs that we need to lift up that have come out of Massachusetts. That is where one of the largest first generation targeting programs was implemented that was the basis for Chairwoman Waters' provision. And also it has one of the largest statewide income loss insurance programs, which again, we need those kinds of new approaches to provide efficient ways to address these housing problems.
Thank you. I was trying not to be too parochial or boastful, but I appreciate your lifting up those successful models. And again, thank you, Madam Chairwoman, once again for your steadfast leadership.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate you calling today's hearing. I've been listening along as we go today, and I continue to hear policies by those on the left that would actually exacerbate inflation. People are getting clobbered. I was recently at a gas station in Beloit, Wisconsin, yesterday, talking to a couple who were frustrated. They could barely afford to fill up their car with gas. They're frustrated with their grocery bills. Their rents are increasing. They are just getting clobbered. And they're getting clobbered because costs are going up. And what I continue to hear is all sorts of excuses as to why costs are going up rather than really looking at the real problem. And the real problem is that we have runaway spending in Washington, D.C. We have an energy policy that's on its head. We have a contraction of supply, in particular in energy. We got to unleash American energy because people are getting hurt every day by Democratic policies. And so I listened to what we're doing. I listened to where we were in the markup. We had this debate. We looked at billions of new dollars of spending, which would accelerate inflation. We just heard a proposal again. We saw it in the testimony about wiping away student debt, which of course really isn't wiping away. It just shifts the burden of who pays for it, and it shifts it into more debt that all Americans will pay for to the benefit of some of the wealthiest Americans, people that received graduate degrees as doctors, as attorneys. That's who it helps. And what would it do? It would accelerate inflation. And so I want to ask you, Dr. Michael, if I can, as we listen to this debate today, and we're looking for real substantive solutions. Is the challenge on the demand side that Congress should be subsidizing the demand side? Or is the problem on the supply side that we should be looking and focusing in on how do we sustainably increase the housing supply? And how do we consider that in this inflationary environment that the outgoing majority has put us in?
Sure. The mistake with the supply argument is, well, we just need more houses. And that's a mistake because it's looking at supply without talking about demand. You should be talking about supply relative to demand. And we know supply is relatively inelastic and fixed. They're always constrained housing supply markets. Therefore, the worst thing to possibly do is to constantly increase demand, which is exactly what federal policy does. So you're only going to get one result from doing that. And then to go to the sort of underlying issue, I think this is a great example that we just heard. If it is true that private equity firms are predominantly buying up foreclosed properties in poor neighborhoods, then the problem to address is the poverty, not the demand side loan and lending ability of all these government agencies. That's the way to address that.
Let's dive in on kind of what would happen if we accelerated dramatic new federal government spending programs as we think about the inflationary pressures that we're feeling here in the United States. We marked up a bill, would have spent another $100 billion or so. What would be the economic impact of pumping in another $100 billion into the U.S. economy that at the start of the Biden administration, Democrats on a party line vote passed $1.9 trillion in new government spending already? What if we took the fire that's been started and we threw on $5 gallon of gasoline onto it?
You're going to get more inflation without clearing the supply problems. You're going to have, if you, for example, said, okay, from now on, everybody gets whatever loan they want. Well, they can go out and do whatever they want. That's fine. Everybody's going to be bidding on the same amount of stuff, the same amount of real resource constraints.
So if we pump in demand side subsidies to make it real clear, what happens to price?
They go up.
So if prices go up, does it make it more affordable or less affordable to a family in Wisconsin?
Makes it less affordable.
So the Democratic policies of pumping a whole bunch of more money in are actually, in the end of the day, going to hurt the people that we hear them claiming to assist. Is that accurate to you?
That is accurate, yes.
It's the same story we see on energy policy. It's an attempt to contract supply on the energy side so that we don't unleash American energy, so we jack up the prices, so we have some sort of transformational change, and it's clobbering people every single day. Then we come over to the housing side where people are getting pinched by higher rents and unaffordable mortgages, and we see the Federal Reserve have to raise interest rates because the Democrats are awash in runaway spending. And as interest rates go up, it's even harder to get into a new home. It's harder to save for your down payment because of the inflationary pressure we're in. The hypocrisy is thick. Dr. Michael, I appreciate you being here. Cognizant of the time, Madam Chairwoman, I'll yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, who is also the chair of the Task Force on Financial Technology, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for having this hearing. This is probably one of the most pernicious problems that I deal with in our district. I represent the other half of Boston that Ms. Presley does not represent, and we're really struggling with housing costs all across my district. Dr. Shandin, I noticed looking at the housing data that the applications for mortgages have dropped off considerably, but and that's understandable with the rise in interest rates. But I also noticed that the number of people applying for an adjustable mortgage has basically doubled. And I was here in 2008 on this committee, and I saw what happened there when mortgage, when adjustable mortgages reset, and people got stuck. The valuations of their home was going down, and yet their payments were going up, and we ended up with a housing crisis. Have there been any protections that are available now under today's circumstances that were not available then that might prevent us from going into a similar tailspin?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. I think as compared to the housing boom bust and financial crisis, there are a number of changes that have been made in the market. The adjustable rate mortgages of today, do not have the same risk profile as those made during the during the housing boom. We don't see teaser rates. We don't see rapid succession of resets. We don't see penalties on refinancing into a permanent mortgage. That being said, adjustable rate mortgages ultimately do reset. And so it is important that borrowers, when they are particularly aspirational borrowers who may be income constrained, that are reaching for that housing opportunity, that when they are taking an adjustable rate mortgage, that they are mindful of and are well informed of the potential risks that those products present.
I appreciate that. I do see there are quite a few products out there that are 7-year resets. So the buyer has some lead time there, and I think there's an open question of where we'll be at with interest rates in 7 years, and the value of their home could be exceedingly greater at that point. So they might have a lot more equity and they could deal with it. Mr. Calhoun, is there concern out there? Is there a reason for me to be concerned about the increase in the number of adjustable mortgages? I mean, this has doubled pretty quickly, a matter of weeks. It's spiked. So is there concern out there? Is there a reason for concern out there?
There's reason. Thank you for the question. There's reason to watch it carefully. We are in a very much different world than the mortgages in 2008, which actually had built-in increases even if market rates did not increase. But most borrowers have trouble with shocks to their mortgage payments. I think perhaps an even bigger risk that we face right now is there is heavy marketing of cash out refinances today. And they come with the double whammy of not only are you doing that with a high interest rate, you're giving up typically a much lower fixed rate to get that. And the regulators in our housing agencies need to be very vigilant to protect consumers from that kind of predatory lender loan flipping. I think that is the big risk that we face out there. The CFPB has done a good job of keeping protections on adjustable rate mortgages. But again, this is a place where consumers have a hard time understanding the impact of the increases and being able to absorb those shocks. So thank you for keeping an eye on this.
Thank you. Ms. Pope, do you have anything you want to add on that? I know you're keenly aware of this problem. I just would like to get your perspective.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to add to that, that when the home buyers or the homeowners are looking to get rates and they're higher price, our best advice, especially coming from the National Association of Real Estate Brokers, is to look to a housing counselor. It's a free service. It educates them. It provides the understanding of these mortgages so that they're not going into these default loans. We do have an affiliate, NID, and that's our nonprofit. And we look to them to do these so that the homeowners can understand what they're getting. That's what I would add to Mr. Calhoun's statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pope. Madam Chair, I'll yield back. Thank you very much again for having this hearing.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, is now recognized for 5 minutes. I know that Mr. Norman had some problems early on and he could not be on the screen. And evidently those problems still exist. And we will just keep going and we will try and get him before the end of the hearing. The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Adams, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry. This is a very important hearing, and I certainly appreciate your having it. Thank you to our witnesses for your testimony. Mr. Calhoun, in your testimony, you cite the affordable housing shortage as contributing to the issues that renters and buyers are facing. And well, just yesterday, our committee held a hearing on the single-family rental industry and the role they've played in snapping up starter price homes, further constricting the already tight market. the homes that these firms are purchasing are not surprisingly concentrated in predominantly Black and brown neighborhoods. And the same is true here in my district in Charlotte, in Mecklenburg, North Carolina, where investors are willing to pay well above market prices in cash for homes and are acting as a gentrifying force. So can you discuss why addressing the housing shortage is imperative to improving housing security and home ownership opportunities for all Americans?
Thank you for the question, Representative. Absolutely, particularly as others have mentioned, in the starter home market is where we're feeling the most crunch for supply and available homes, and that is where we're seeing a lot of these houses being picked up. The first thing we should do is our federal housing agencies, as well as the GSEs, should stop their auction sales of distressed loans in REO properties and should instead put them back into individual home ownership. Because when they auction them, even with some set-aside programs for nonprofits, overwhelmingly these go to institutional investors who are the ones who are able to afford to buy a whole pool of loans. And that's where a lot of them get snapped up. They also are buying individual homes, as you've described there, and that is a concern, and we need to both provide more affordable housing and not unnecessarily see it siphoned away out of the home ownership market and the affordable rental market.
Okay, so that's what we can do to ensure that we don't see this transfer of housing and wealth from America's families to Wall Street. That's your opinion.
That would be a big step in at least slowing that down.
Well, thank you, sir. I am proud to be the lead sponsor of H.R. 7078, the Lifeline Act, along with Representative Rouser, Senators Leahy and Collins, a bill that would already appropriate dollars to be used to support LIHTC funding housing development and would free up over $8 billion in fiscal recovery fund dollars for affordable housing. We've got over 100 national and local groups endorsing the bill, including the League of Cities, Conference of Mayors, National Association of Counties, and the National Association of Home Builders. So I do want to encourage all of my colleagues to sign on to this common sense legislation. Now, Dr. Chardon, in your testimony, you concluded that we need a multifaceted approach to enhancing affordable housing supply. So can you briefly discuss how increasing the housing supply, be it through public housing investments or more LIHTC fund housing, could immediately blunt the negative impacts to renters that we have observed? I think there's some kind of problem, Madam Chair, with the
where that sound is coming from. Do we have financial services staff?
If it's helpful, Representative Adams,
right.
I can address that while he is getting.
Mr. Cohn, would you?
Yes.
I think the sound is gone. Were you responding to Ms. Adams, Mr. Calhoun?
Yes.
Please go right ahead.
Your bill 7078 is a great way to leverage and expand one of the most successful programs, the LIHTC, low-income housing tax credits, for adding to sustainable and affordable rental properties and allowing it to use the FSF, the fiscal recovery funds, is a very efficient way to do that. And we certainly join the endorsement of that bill and urge its enactment.
Thank you. Dr. Shannon, we've got 30 seconds. Did you want to respond?
Yes, if you're able to hear me, I think that Congresswoman, the low-income housing tax credits is probably the most effective program we have in this country for addressing the housing needs of our most income-constrained families. And so expansions of that program that would allow for increases in and preservation of the low-income housing supply are going to be absolutely critical. It's not a surprise to me that there's broad support for this program.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
3 minutes, 3 seconds back. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, is now recognized for 5 minutes. Is Mr. Norman back?
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, how about see me?
All right, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, thank you for this hearing. As so goes housing, so goes our economy. I think most economists recognize that. I've been building houses, both commercially and residentially, for over 45 years. And quite frankly, if the problems we're having now, and I've heard a lot of people with answers, the problems we're having is very simple: gas and oil prices. The truck that brought lumber to the house today was not powered by solar panels. It was not powered by wind. It was powered by natural gas. If this committee really wanted to get to the bottom of this, high gas prices, it affects over 137 different subcontractors within the housing industry. Subcontractors by meaning the sheetrock hangers, the footings, people that dig the footings, the painters, the architects. And to have a 106% increase in gas, that's what's driving your prices up. Secondly, it's not being able to get workers. This administration paying people not to work is a severe problem. Thirdly, supplies. I tried to order windows today, a simple window. Guess what kind of time frame we're talking about? 17 months. 17 months for a simple window. So for those of you who have an ear with this administration, beg them to let's start producing our own oil and gas, and let's get away from buying it from rogue countries like OPEC. Now, I've heard a lot of the blame game going around. I've heard the theory that algorithms are at fault. I don't understand that logic. I've heard the opinion that appraisers are a problem and that they appraise minority homes less. For those of you who have never done this, the banks, the lenders determine who the appraisers are. The appraisers don't know if they're going to a house of a white person, a black person, a red person. They don't know that. They appraise what they see. And the fact that I think Ms. Pope said there needs to be more black appraisers, appraisers are needed everywhere. So it doesn't matter the color of your skin. I've heard the theory that institutional buyers reduce home ownership and that somehow they're to blame. Institutional buyers buy from that mom and dad who have owned a home for years, that young couple who have maybe owned a home for years and want to sell. Now tell them that the institutional investors are bad. They're just doing what they do best, which is invest in the capitalistic system, and they help the housing market. I've heard the question, why can government get involved to make developers build on bigger lots? The very simple answer is people don't want big lots. The reason people rent in a lot of cases is because they don't want the headaches of owning a home, of keeping it up, of paying the taxes. So the blame game is directly the responsibility of this administration. Under the Trump administration, home ownership for everyone was at an all-time high. And quite frankly, if you want to really get the job done, you really need to talk to whoever's running this country and tell them we got to get the oil and natural gas back. And the blame game has got to stop. Putin didn't cause the gas prices to go up. Russia didn't cause it. Santa Claus didn't cause it. It's this administration and their lame policies that are killing this country. Inflation is 100% tax on every American, regardless of the color of your skin. Let me just say this. We really need to have, and I appreciate this panel, but you need to be I would suggest having people who have actually been in the business. These armchair quarterbacks, who have never done it? It's like going to a doctor who's never operated. He's read about it, but he's never operated. Or would you get on a plane with a pilot who has never flown a plane? He's read about it. So I would suggest, if we really want to get to the bottom, get people who've experienced housing at its basic level. We'll get the problem solved. And I would just ask that we have more hearings in person. I apologize for the technical difficulties. And Madam Chair, I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we do decide who our witnesses are. And so that's the prerogative of the chair and my staff. Thank you. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Talib, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Mrs. Pope, before the gas prices went up, did we have a housing crisis?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. How about you, Mr. Calhoun, right? Did we have a housing crisis?
We've had a housing crisis and a shortage of production of housing. By the National Association of Home Builders has described a shortage going back at least 6 to 8 years.
That's right. I think it's important to make sure we push against some of the gaslighting that continues to happen and understand this housing crisis is not going anywhere, has nothing connected to the cost of living. If anything, corporate greed and price gouging by many of the political corporate donors that benefit from the high price, even though the barrel of gas is going down, the prices continue to go up. You know, Chairwoman Waters, I cannot thank you enough. You taught me that housing is infrastructure and that housing is a human right. And I know during this pandemic, cash buyers, as we all know, have intensified bidding wars, driven up the housing prices, and pushed many first-time cash-strapped home buyers out of being able to have their own homes. According to Renfen, cash buyers were 4 times more likely to win a bidding war against buyers with mortgage financing in 2021, as many of you have already testified to. I know the Urban Institute also found that 3 and 4 homes, though, priced at or below $100,000 are all purchased by all cash buyers and investors. This is very important to communities like mine. This disproportionately affected communities that I represented. More than half of the homes in my district right now, y'all, are valued less than $100,000. And the Urban Institute has found that it's actually more difficult for borrowers to get an FHA mortgage for a home valued at less than $100,000 than for a loan larger than $100,000. Why? We know this doesn't make any sense, and that countless home buyers, particularly first home buyers, are being locked out of being able to get home ownership, which really is a connection to economic stability and pulling people out of poverty. This has all impacted communities like mine, Detroit, which is over 80% Black community. This has resulted in Michigan actually losing more Black home ownership than any other state in the country. This is so important. So, you know, Mr. Calhoun, FHA borrowers are overwhelmingly first-time home buyers, as you know, and it impacts people like in my community, and an average have less financial flexibility and lower down payments. How can we get the FHA financing improved? How can we make it as a competitive financing option?
Thank you for the question. I'd say, first of all, we have great leadership at HUD with Secretary Fudge and great leadership with the former Center for Responsible Lending alum, Julia Gordon at FHA, who is totally committed in her career to doing this. A bunch of it is just plain resources at FHA. Again, by statute, they don't get to use any of the FHA premiums for operations. That's to insulate the reserve fund. But that means they're totally dependent upon appropriations and are tremendously underfunded compared to comparable private enterprises. So first of all, they need those resources, but they do have a number of initiatives underway. They were able, thanks to some special appropriations, to upgrade their technology, which saved them in the crisis.
No, I have and I do have, you know, HR 1532, which is in the Senate, that actually directs HUD to be able, and there's no, you know, financial impact on this, to be able to look at best practices for FHA to be able to look at these small dollar mortgages. You know, Professor, is it Chandon? Should we expect this trend to continue, you know, going upward? What can the federal government do, in your opinion, to ensure that homes get into the hands of, you know, individual home buyers instead of these private equity firms and LLCs and others that are swallowing them all up?
Sure. I think that, you know, the key issue emerging from the data that we have available is that, you know, while there is a pool of buyers that are positioning homes for the rental market that would otherwise be available for ownership, that it is a very mixed group, and that we should not conflate the larger pool with that very large sort of private equity investor. That in fact accounts for only about 2.5% of the buyers. What I would suggest is that when we're thinking about the rental supply in this country, ensuring that we have a diverse supply of rental opportunities, whether it be urban apartments, whether it be single family homes, where someone wants the benefit of being able to live in that home, but is also making the trade-off. They don't want the obligations of ownership, but they're willing to trade off the benefits that come with ownership as well, and making that in an informed way, addressing the supply issues. When we look at what is being built, the average home under construction today is 2,500 square feet. That is not within reach of many aspirational buyers. Addressing many of the challenges we face at the local level to ensure that we're able to build smaller homes that are within reach of some of those otherwise single-family renters is critical here.
Yeah, thank you so much, and I yield, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. The gentlewoman from, let's see, no, we got you. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are you able to hear me? I've had some technology problems myself.
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. Thank you. And thank you for hosting this important hearing. Dr. Choi, I would like to start with you. I was struck by your testimony that unless we take action, you said the Black-white homeownership gap will remain unchanged for 20 years. Obviously, we cannot sit back and do nothing as policymakers. We have an obligation to try to correct that and close the gap. My district is Montgomery and Berks County, suburban Philadelphia. In my district, white home ownership is at a 76% rate, while Black home ownership is at 45, almost 46%, according to the National Association of Realtors, putting the Black-white home ownership gap at over 30%. Simply unacceptable. We need to take action to address this tremendous disparity. We know how important home ownership is for families to build wealth. It's not just about having a place to live. It's about being able to help your kid pay for college, to retire with dignity. One of the policy solutions you put forth to address the homeownership gap is targeted down payment assistance programs. So I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of the Down Payment Towards Equity Act, which authorizes a new HUD grant program to assist first-time, first-generation homebuyers in purchasing a home. I would love to see people in my district taking advantage of it. Dr. Choi, can you talk about how targeted down payment assistance programs, such as the proposed HR 4495, would address the racial wealth gap?
Yes, thank you so much for the question. So the existing programs, a lot of them have only income-only criteria. And then we do find that if we actually impose the first generation criteria on top of income, that actually expands the share of Black and Latino households who can take advantage of those kind of programs. I do acknowledge that in this current market where the home prices are really heated up and the supply is restricted, a lot of people, even with down payment assistance programs, are really finding it difficult to become homeowners because they are not competitive enough. So I do think this policy will have a longer term impact because it's better targeted, but I don't think it will have like immediate income, but in the long term, it is one of the policies that can really kind of make a change in better targeting Black and Latino households who have been discriminated in the housing market for a long time. And I don't think if we kind of do it a very clever way of not trying to like distribute money all at the same time, it wouldn't really increase the inflation pressures. So if we actually do it in a very clever way and think long term, then it can actually do a better job of targeting the people who do not have a rich uncle that can support them getting into the housing market and create a more equal society. And I do believe that I think this could also have an impact on improving the economic health and resilience of our vulnerable communities, because when the pandemic hits and when the inflation goes up, it's the renters who are hit more harder because their rent prices go up very fast. But if you're a homeowner, you're actually secured in paying the amount of mortgage payment over a long period of time. So you are less volatile to the economic shock. So although there could be some preferences in accessing homeownership, if a person is disadvantaged just because they don't have a wealthy parent, we do have to fix that issue. And I do believe that the targeted down payment program is a long-term good policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Choi. Ms. Pope, in the remaining time that I have, I was struck by your testimony on this issue. You stated that rising interest rates along with rising home prices and a limited housing inventory make a perfect storm to suffocate Blacks out of the housing market. I believe you are a practitioner, so please correct me if I'm wrong there. And can you speak to this? What can we do to mitigate the effects of the current market conditions, particularly for minority households? And from your practice, from your work, what do you hear about preferences and the desire to be homeowners instead of renters?
Thank you. I'll be real quick. The down payment programs are very important for Black Americans as we try to get into home ownership. Also, we're dealing with the elimination of loan level pricing adjustments. That's been a challenge with the credit scoring because of the percentage points is pulling us out of that. Also, with the appraisals, we mentioned earlier, we are the front lines of appraisals. You know, there's been biases and there's been documentation as it pertains to the appraisals and the biases that happen within the Black industry, as well as what I like to say is the student loans. If we can bring that to a level where it's more affordable, Blacks can be able to buy a home.
That's good.
I'm out of time.
I thank you. I see my time is out, and I thank you very much. I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Williams, who is also the Vice Chair of the Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Waters, for first holding this very critical conversation, as it means so much to me and my constituents in Atlanta and the rest of the nation. Because y'all, my hometown of Atlanta, unfortunately, leads the nation in the racial wealth gap. And unsurprisingly, it also leads the nation in the percentage of homes bought by investors. Y'all, home ownership is tied directly to the ability to build generational wealth. When individual homeowners are locked out of the market by investor purchases, they have fewer opportunities to buy a home and build the type of generational wealth that will help close the racial wealth gap, not only in Atlanta, but across the country. So, Dr. Choi, listening to your testimony and the conversation that you were just having with Representative Dean, I'm wondering what specific investments can we make to put individual home buyers on more equal footing with private equity investors?
Yes, that's a really great question. And I think one of the things I would like to also point out about the impact of institutional investors is that there are various research, but then in particular in Atlanta, there has been a recent research because institutional investors are so prevalent. So nationally, they might not have a large impact, but in Atlanta specifically, we do find that increase in institutional investors have affected renters and especially Black renters to access homeownership.
Unfortunately, Atlanta is also at the top of that list, Dr. Choi.
Yeah, so yeah, I think the data is really concerning. So I think we talked a lot about the down payment assistance programs. I know that some lenders and also GSEs are considering special purpose credit programs where they can direct access to some of the capital to the communities or people of color who have been previously discriminated. So I think SPCP is another good way to bridge the racial equity gap in this country. Another thing that I think is important, and I know that there is a move in this space of like thinking about including rental payment data into mortgage underwriting. One of the things that we also see from the data is that greater share of Black and Hispanic households do not have FICO scores, and they have lower FICO scores. And if you actually include rental payment history data into mortgage underwriting, our research does show evidence that this does disproportionately help households of color. So I know that there's some movement in this space, but we also encourage more consideration of including rental payment in mortgage underwriting.
Thank you, Dr. Choi. And that is something that we're absolutely working on under the leadership of Chair Waters in this committee. I just had an amendment last week that will do just that, allow consumers to opt in to add their rental history to their credit scores. Also, during the pandemic, the percentage of home sales to first-time home buyers has been much lower than the 5-year average percentage. So, Dr. Choi, what does this mean for long-term home ownership trends and our ability going forward to address inequities in home ownership?
Yes, I think homeownership is very unique because it's kind of like a way to build long-term wealth. And what our research show is that if you actually delay purchasing your first home, you actually have lower wealth at the age of retirement. So the timing of buying your first home, the age is very important. And we know that Black households and Black people are less likely to buy homes earlier in their life. So that is one of the reasons that it's not just access to homeownership, it's the age of accessing homeownership and also sustaining homeownership. All that factors into the wealth disparities. And as we mentioned again and again in this committee, is that homeownership and wealth transfers from parent to children. So this is not just like one family issue, it actually is creating intergenerational wealth inequality. And that's a key reason that we have persistent racial disparities in this country.
Thank you so much, Dr. Choi. Increasing home ownership, especially among Black home buyers, is not guaranteed without meaningful policy intervention. So, Dr. Choi, your organization estimates that home ownership could decline by 2040, especially for people who look like me, if action is not taken. Can you explain how this projection was reached and what steps can be taken to expand government-backed loans to first-time home buyers, particularly Black borrowers?
Yes, one of the things that I also wanted to point out about this research is that this was before the pandemic, so we didn't incorporate the impact of the pandemic. And if we actually do, there is a high likelihood that the numbers would look worse over time. So we do see that every time there's an economic shock, it's actually the communities of color that's been disproportionately harmed. So the pandemic, Great Recession, all shows some evidence that when their economic situation is negative, then people of color are most impacted. We did a projection by looking at the past data. So this is a projection of like household formation and income and all those factored into access to homeownership. And then we do find that because again, homeownership,
And Dr. Choi, unfortunately, I am out of time, but I was so intrigued by your research that I will be following up with additional questions. Thank you, Madam Chair, for hosting this, and I yield back the 0 time that I have remaining.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank our distinguished witnesses for their testimony today. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit additional written questions for the witnesses to the chair, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. I ask our witnesses to please respond as promptly as you're able. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit extraneous materials to the chair for inclusion in the record. And with that, again, I thank you so very much, and this hearing is adjourned.
Who in the fuck was that?
It's Tame's
Sorry.
mic.
Is my mic better?
Oh yes, much better.
Holy shit, dude. So within 3 days, USTC went up 600%. That's the stable coin for Luna. It's still not $1. It's still like under 10 cents. Basically, it's going to take over $40 billion to get Luna back to where it was if they ever commit the funds. But I think they're just going to go through Luna 2.0. I feel like this was an artificial pump. What do you think?
I hope it goes back to $1.
Because the supply hasn't changed that much. There's still well over 6.5 trillion Luna out there. Even if they burn 1 billion per day, that's not enough. Sorry.
They're staking it too.
Staking it. So I got Doge today. The chart up on the YouTube live. Just it's been 7 days since Mr. Elon Musk has been away. I think he might come back and tweet today. Did you guys do any Luna trades today though? It's very risky. I closed one position like over 300%, then another one like 4%, and then finally got out like my last one.
I fell asleep on leverage last night on a Luna trade, short.
Oh, you can't sleep on leverage. And then I started shorting it today. Man, that sucks. Did you fall asleep on purpose or was it accident?
No, kind of on accident, but it was a small bag. I just took a small fun poke at it.
Okay.
I closed it with 38% profit though.
That's good. I'm still on my Doge as long as I still have Doge on my spot trade. I just hope Elon tweets today. We're still completely oversold on that weekly time frame. If we zoom out, we're kind of oversold.
I'm still holding a little bit of Luna on spot though. I have the old Luna C.
Yeah, that's the one I was doing futures trading today with. But
Shit is volatile.
It's horrible. You know why the price dropped, right? They minted over 6.5 trillion coins. So
yeah.
Well, let's not call it a coin. It's not really a coin. It's a token. You can mint it out of thin air.
But Binance just keep buying that shit, dude. They own like 2.5 billion just in one wallet. They just transferred another or 2.5 trillion in one wallet and transferred one other trillion into a different wallet. So they own like 3.5 trillion shares.
Yeah, that's not good though. Because
then KuCoin owns a bunch too in several different wallets.
Yeah, but they're not going to be able to burn it and mint it back and increase the price without putting in capital. The amount of capital that they will have to put back is probably equal to or greater than what they would be able to sell for. So, on this weekly chart for Doge though, God, people that missed out last year, this is like their second chance this year. It went straight to 4.92 on that support, and it held above that support. People had a second chance. I don't know if people took it or not. Some people were so scarred from bag holding they didn't want to buy more or average down during that very bottom support. I think Luna C is slowly bleeding out. I think it's wrong how they created Luna 2.0. That was a horrible decision.
Yeah, it left a lot of bag holders, that's for sure.
I have this Doge chart. Doge had a nice pump earlier today. It was around 6.6, and then it started climbing as high as 7 cents. So we broke that 7 cents. The alarm went off for that, so I'm very happy. I still think we'll be at around 21.5 cents before we're overbought in that daily chart. So we still have plenty of room to go up. If we're looking at a weekly chart, we have room to go to 40 cents before that gets overbought. And Hartgrove says I'm calling 4 plus the bottom. No, that's already happened in Hartgrove. I'm telling you it happened. I drew the support before it happened. People were hesitant. They didn't want to buy that under 5 cents Doge. And then it just ran. From 5 to 7, that's a huge scalp. From 5 cents to here, that's a huge cushion if you're future shorting. It seems like the lower the price goes, the psychological side, less people want to buy. And you can see that with trading volume. But when an institution starts coming in and starts buying from that bottom, people just buy after it goes up 50 to 200% for some weird reason. And in terms of the whole macro economy, gas prices are getting a little bit cheaper in the United States, so that's something to look out for. If gas prices go down significantly, like 20-30%, that could help benefit the stock market.
I heard it was going to go up this week. And there's a lot of people like boycotting buying gas this week too.
Maybe because of 4th of July increased demand. The government's talking about the gas tax. They're also talking about gas holiday. That's only like $10 per person, though. That's not much.
What, where you get a $10 credit?
No, they're going to take away the federal gas tax, which is like 18 cents per gallon. So, depending on how often you fill up, I mean, 18 cents per gallon is not a huge saving. So let's say your car holds 10 gallons, right? You pay for 10 gallons. That's only saving you $1.80. Now, gas price is up from when Trump was president, $1.80 until now, $4.80 average. And that's very conservative. So you're paying like for $3 more per gallon. So you're paying like $30 more. So that $1.80 is nothing compared to $3 more. That's why it's a big strain on the economy right now.
Yeah.
I think sometimes they do such a little thing like that just to be able to say, look, we're doing something. You know, even if it's put on paper.
Yeah, but
it
they're
look
the
like
ones creating the problem by not letting us produce our own oil and gasoline.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they maybe just do that, but it's to use it as an excuse. Like, okay, we need to do something to tell these people, although it's nothing at all at the end of the day.
Luna's trying to pump again a little bit for the Luna Sea. I've been slowly watching it, and right now this is where we're breaking above that moving average, breaking that descending wedge. A part of me wants to close my short. We're getting close to 1 hour till market closes as well. I don't think Luna follows Bitcoin though. It's the only thing that scares me about Luna, Terra Labs still owns a lot of Luna that can manipulate the price, and it can mess up leverage traders. Binance as well could get wrecked. Technical analysis for this really doesn't matter at the end of the day, because if they want to pump it, they can pump it. If they want to dump it, they obviously can dump it. They have the tokens to dump it.
Dude, Binance could single-handedly wreck every person trading Luna.
Like, if they just dump it right now, my short would print a lot of money, right? But if they just go in and boycott, my stop loss will get triggered.
I've been waiting for the optimal short, bro, just to catch all that fucking pullback that you know is coming.
Well, did you see the price today?
Yeah.
Look at a 4-hour chart. I mean, our side's through the roof. We just had a 1-minute candle for 1 billion volume for Luna Sea. I guess that's around $140,000 though. $140,000 can make this much of a difference. We just received Golden Cross on the 1-minute chart. Death Cross was at 15. Does secure the profits here. And yeah, I'll secure profits. Alright, so secured profits on that Luna short. I'll post it in announcements channel as well. If people follow the technical analysis, when they entered their short yesterday, they got wrecked. Because the fundamentals, like Binance and Terra Labs, can mess up people however they want to. And people get liquidated, they earn a little bit of money. Let me see what this 5-minute looks like. if they want to pump it, they can pump it. I just don't know what they want to do. I may go long again right here with the 1% stop loss. These liquidation prices are not that bad if you do low leverage. Alright, so I close that position. Still have this Doge long open. Doge? Elon hasn't been here for 7 days. So theoretically, Elon tweet could pump the price by 4 to 5%. 5% on 5 times leverage is pretty good gain for futures trading. But I've been in my position for a while now, so since May I've been in a good position for spot trade. It's down a little bit, but still around the same price, 6.97 cents. And then this futures trade is down a little bit as well. And that averaged down more with the support level that we had before. So still holding this Doge long. If Elon tweets 5% price increase, that's a good win. The only problem with like going long on something like Luna C, you look at this daily chart and the RSI is at 94 on the daily. It could just as easily wick down to people's liquidations before going higher. Or vice versa. Because they have so much, they can manipulate the market. And these 1 billion candles, 1 billion volume on a 1 minute candle is nothing. It's nothing. We go to these daily candles. Daily candles almost 1 trillion. Like 790 billion. That's a lot.
Yeah, it's saying.
But if Binance is buying it, if they're buying it and burning it, it's possible. But they can't. The way it's tied to USTC, they have to do USTC at the same time as well. I don't think they have $80 billion to do that.
To that stable coin?
This is Luna C. They're old Luna. The one actually, this chart's wrong. I wish TradingView did not do this shit. This coin really, it's the same coin address, went from $86 down to under a penny. And they gave the old chart to the new Luna 2.0, that's $2. Very misleading to investors.
Yeah.
If you look on the hourly though, this thing started pumping. It was like 0.00059 and then went up significantly.
I saw one of my friends on Facebook the other day post. He was thinking that he was a millionaire, bro. Fuck it. I think that he was looking at his old Luna shares. With the new Luna, it's like $29 million in my bank account. All that shit. Like, rah, rah, rah. Like,
your mic's fucked up.
Your mic's fucked up, super sub pen. Yeah. How much of that did you hear?
None.
All right, my friend on Facebook, he had 29 whatever million shares of Luna, wrapped Luna. And he posted on Facebook like a picture of his accounts with the 29 million. He's like, "Yep, $29 million in my account. Da 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 da. I'm rich." And I was like, "Look again, bro. I'm pretty sure that you got the old one." Super misleading though to have two different charts like that.
Yeah, they need to fix it. I don't know why. And this is why we need crypto charts that are connected to token addresses. Because the people that were holding the trillions of Luna, it's not $2 now, so it's very misleading.
I got stopped out on.
Yeah. How did Richard Hart got a black eye? It's funny.
Whoa. I have to look for that image.
No, he posted a video 18 minutes ago. In the video, he's got a black eye. He's showing off his Prada, Dolce
can only imagine.
Gabbana, Smith and Wesson. I wonder how he got the black eye.
This is crazy.
Well, if he tries to talk to my wife again, I'll give him another black eye.
Okay. No violence.
No violence.
I wonder if he gave it to himself by accident. What if he's doing a jumping jack with that giant necklace on?
They got their own tattoo.
I took Viagra one time and gave myself a black eye when I did jumping jacks. Guys, we have some bearish news that may be coming out because the president may be forced to tell people that we are in a recession. They've been lying about it, trying to tell people that it's been inflation's transitory, that it's not that bad. It's not that bad, but things are getting bad. If we get closer to midterms and the economy's still pretty bad, I think it's going to be bad news for Democrats, so they have to do something now while they have the power to do something. So I'm in this long for lunacy, and God, it's so fucking risky. I hate how the auto deposit button is right beside this share button. Let's see. Let's look at the chart. The chart's not even moving that much. What? Oh. Yeah. Actually, going long right here would be super risky, so I'm not going to share this position on the announcements. This is like a degen play. I'm up like 5%, but it's so risky.
Welcome. We've been expecting you.
For the degen plays?
Yeah.
Should I close it now, take this 5% profit? We're just slightly below the moving average, not really far below. 5% is 5%. Doge is at the top of its 5-minute candle right here. Well, we just entered a 5-minute candle. That explains a lot.
Man, I got off the wagon yesterday yesterday or before yesterday when it was around at 7:10, 7:15, something like that. Completely off the wagon, back to dry powder.
I don't like. I'll just take this 2% profit for lunacy. I don't like what it's doing. Definitely super risky.
Question: do you think that a second downtrend towards 17 something is at least TA wise to have a double bottom is something that high chance of happening?
Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. 17 something. What coin?
Bitcoin in this case.
Oh,
Bitcoin,
17,000?
like 17,000. Yeah, how it went to 17,000 something. Like, do you think that just pure like TA and what is no double bottom means uptrend?
Well, Michael Saylor
Do you
just bought,
think?
so I'm expecting another 10 to 20% drop.
Okay. If you
We
say that
still think
because
that
of
10K.
BBBY,
Look, the 10K price target's still there.
okay, good.
So I put it up
I
right
thought you
here.
were joking.
I think the accumulation zone that people are accumulating, dollar cost average, is between 10,823.4, and we're still making our way towards that 10,800. When we get closer to 10,800, you're going to see higher accumulation.
Wow. I will have run out of pens to change myself by the time we get to that price.
Just wait, because it's still slowly downtrend every day, almost every day of 4 hour. We're at a lower moving average. I think if we get to 10,800 and people start going into Bitcoin, then you'll see bigger candles. Right here, the trading volume is still not that high. And only way there, once we go from 20K to 17K again, and we break 17K, then maybe we get that 350,000 volume candle I was speaking about. Oh my god.
Before it goes to 17K, what would you think it would be around the price of the middle of the W before it comes back down to chase the 17? Do you have an estimate?
No, sir.
All right.
No. Only 1 minute. Definitely Luna C looks different. It's instead of being below that moving average, we're now above the moving average. I canceled my take profit because we wicked up. It didn't hit the 1.43. It started wicking faster. I was like, let me cancel just in case. And now we're holding above 1.43. Ugh. This 7% right here. Oh my god, look at that fatty candle. God, 1.44? Jesus Christ. Jesus. This is it. This is the candle that
I'm a jump in.
God,
I'm looking at the bus leaving.
right here. I'm not saying jump in.
I know.
I
Come
don't know
on.
what Binance is doing though. Is my mic bad again?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, what's wrong with this?
A little bit of
For a
fuzziness.
second, I felt like you all were like the fun bus leaving towards the trip, and I'm like,
I got
Jesus.
like an expensive mic and it messes up like this sometimes. Randomly, it has to be my motherboard.
All of a sudden, you started sounding better. Did you like fuck with it or something?
I have to unplug and replug it. So I'm still in this Luna long, and then definitely not posting an announcement because people gonna. This is not trading. This is gambling right here. I'm just trading on extremely what ifs, and it's a small speculative bag. It just gives me something to do while I'm waiting on this Doge. I don't want to add every single dime into Doge, right? So some of these dimes are in like speculative plays. God, this is the fattest 5-minute candle we've had since that downtrend. We went from 141 all the way up to 145. I was going to take profit at 5%. Now, instead of taking profit, I'm up 14%. If it can break, so right? The thing that scared me earlier, we did not break above that 158 again. If we can break above 158 again, I'll be happy. If this was my cushion, I'll be happy. Oh my god, we're going to get a golden cross from this probably on the 5-minute. This could give us a golden cross. I would like to say the volume's not all the way there. We want to see at least 6 billion volume in terms of Luna C. 6 billion volume. Right here on the 5-minute, last candle was only 2.4 billion. So we're definitely getting the price going up. We don't have that big volume yet though. RC Anderson says, tametheark, could you give support and resistance on Solana? I wish Solana would quit turning off their network.
That's LUNC you're looking at, right?
Yeah. It's the same coin that went from like $86 to under a penny. And now it's, for the past 3 days, started climbing again. I think retail investors are going to get trapped though, because look, the amount of coins Binance and those guys have, if they put like $10 million to pump it, they could still dump like billions of dollars on retail investors. When it's all said and done with margin trading and everything. And it's possible if somebody like Terra Labs opened giant shorts and then dumped the rest of their stuff on the markets. So my YouTube viewers saw me earlier today. I closed my long around 151 and some change, 333% profit. And then I started shorting this thing around 150 and it came back down. Closed that short for signs that we were no longer dipping hard. And now we're just magically pumping again. This thing is weird. I don't know what's driving it though. There's a hashtag going around called like Luna Burn or something. Yeah, the Luna Burn hashtag is going around. People are saying that it's possible it goes to 1 cent. A lot of projects are trying to get followers by stating that they're going to be burning Luna C by doing taxes and stuff. Yeah. A lot of companies are talking about burning. People, if you're a retail investor, I don't encourage you to burn your coin. It's not your responsibility to do that. Terra Labs and Binance, any exchange that listed it and earned profits from trading it, is their responsibility to their clients. If you're a retail investor, don't feel like you should burn your Luna to pump the price. But it's this thing. We're talking about something that was over $100 and it's setting under a penny because they minted trillions of coins. So I'm just warning you. It's not your responsibility to burn. Binance has earned plenty of money from their trading fees. Coinbase has earned plenty of money from their trading fees. Let these guys come up with a solution. As a retail investor, it's not your job. A lot of these companies are doing increased taxes though. It's too much tax. I don't like taxes when it comes to crypto. There's a reason I didn't buy and trade Safe Moon. They have that huge tax. Sorry. Is my mic bad again?
Nope.
Alright, so I think it goes bad every... I have a mute button on my mic. Every time I press that, it might mess up the wiring a little bit. If Doge breaks above 7 cents when market gets closed today and then Elon tweets after 7 cents, I think that's the optimal point for an Elon tweet. If we can send it from 7 to 10 cents, 30% gain if somebody's on 20 times leverage, that's huge. That's huge. But they would need to get in at the beginning of his tweet before the price skyrockets. But there's so many algorithms in AI that automatically buy it on an Elon tweet. So what are your guys' plans for the summer? Are you still dollar cost averaging into crypto? Or are you just sticking to like the futures trading? I can't hear you, robot. I see you talking. 1 second. My speakers work. Robot, I see you pressing your button, but no audio is coming out. Does anybody else hear him?
No.
Yeah. On the 5-minute parabolic SAR, it's been uptrending since Luna C was at 14. I'll be right back in a minute.
Mic check.
Your mic worked. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I had to go take a quick shower. Alright, so what are you guys doing now? Are you watching any charts? I just got out of the shower. Looks like Doge is retracing. While surprisingly, we are climbing on Luna C. A very odd situation we are indeed in. If it can break above, like this golden cross on the 5 minutes, and we're well above the moving average now. If it can break above this 1.5, maybe in a different situation today. All right. Let's see. Mic test 1, mic test 2. All right, fits the microphone. Currently, I'm still in this long for Luna C. It's kind of a gamble play. It was following from the technicals. I did trade it based off from the technicals, but man, this could go south really fast.
Don't worry, I have my pens ready. I have a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Ready to change when I myself, you know.
This one position, like Luna, is like 18% up right now, so it's not bad. It's not bad. I even kept it open while I took a shower. That's gambling for you. Definitely gambling. I may start taking profits if we get overbought again on this 5 minute. We'll see. If I can, if I lose the technicals, I'm happy. If Binance announces something like they're buying it or something, I'm happy. I'm still in this Doge long today. Will Elon Musk tweet? That's the question. Just looking at the RSI, we can see Doge is heading towards the oversold region on the 5 minutes. We were overbought earlier today at around 7 cents. Starts coming back down. Luna's just being weird today, though. I tell you. Did that mess up my microphone?
Nope.
All right, great. Sounds good.
You know what? You want to know my exit strategy?
What's your exit strategy?
Jumping out of the window. There you go.
Should I step and put my stop loss 15% so that I secure these profits? Well, take profit if it dips down. Because I was tracing every pump, right? And then it slowly started getting higher and higher. If it does break higher, then I'm happy. But I'm also happy with the profits I have here. I know we're not even overbought all the way in 1 minute. Let me see my RSI settings. And it's a little bit weird. Small little dip there. Not really a strong reversal signal right here. But yeah, every pump, like we were going lower and lower, then it started changing up here. This was the one right here that started changing it. Alright. Let's see. If I can keep this long open a little bit longer, that would be good. Let's take a look at Bitcoin while we're waiting. So first from the chart, Bitcoin's down, moving average still going lower and lower, but this RSI, we're in the oversold region for Bitcoin. Historically, when Bitcoin's been in the oversold region, 4 hour and above, price usually has a small bounce. So we could see some small bounces today or this week. But on the daily for Bitcoin, we're still not completely oversold. Remember when Bitcoin was bouncing off resistance and support? That was a very scary time, right? And it just took turn for the worse. 30K down to 20K, even as low as 17K and some change. This RSI, still not completely oversold. It was oversold at 17K and some change though. We look right here. So this could be a nice support level on the way down to 10,800. That 17K may see some bounces up. People may do some scalps when they see that. So that's something to look forward to. This accumulation block. Yeah, Bitcoin was already hit that 30,600. So we were already overbought up there. And then it started coming down. So we're looking for Bitcoin to be around 10,800 before completely oversold. But around $17,000 right here, that RSI is not going to be completely oversold. Scary. Scary as it sounds. It may be only 11 RSI when we get down to that 17K, which would provide it a little bit of room to go down further. So be very cautious if you're thinking about longing Bitcoin. We look at this on the weekly, we're in the oversold range, 9 RSI. On the weekly it has room to come up, but still a little bit more room to come down. But usually on the weekly when it's this low RSI, sometimes it takes 4 or 5 weeks, but then the price generally starts bouncing back up. If you're doing the futures trading, you don't have 4 to 5 weeks to bounce off that stop loss or margin calls. Like 4 or 5 weeks is a long time to wait, so be very cautious. And Bitcoin right here, we saw at when it's 65K, we're completely overbought. Now we're in the pretty oversold range. If this MACD starts losing that bearish momentum, then we can start leaving this oversold range. But yeah, we saw what happened when we're completely overbought, price high, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then when price high, high RSI, we came back down. What do you think is going to happen when we're oversold completely? If we hit $10,000 for Bitcoin, you think the price is going to keep going further down and down for something like Bitcoin? Or do you think it's going to bounce back up higher? I think it could bounce back up higher. Let's take a look at Luna C again. Alright, Luna C still climbing higher and higher. And we're only 2 minutes in this candle and we already have over 260 million volume. This is good. My long is printing. My long is printing. And like I said, it's a speculative play. Speculative play with a little bit of TA behind it. Let's see. I don't need the charger. It's up about 24% right now for this Luna play. Luna C play. My entry was at 141244. We're at 14846, so pretty good. That means the price is almost up 5%. That's pretty wild. When I woke up today, I was looking at charts at Luna C and I was like, could probably make some plays here, and luckily enough, I was already in a long for the past few days. So I went and earned 333% on that long, and now I closed it.
That's good trade.
I still took profits at a higher price than we are right now for that long as well. I put it in the Discord when I took profits. And it's weird. When I took profits slightly, it just did a huge dip after. Let's see real quick. So this is when I closed it earlier at 12:33 p.m. I put the screenshot in Discord. I closed it at 15176 and my entry was at 9-1. So I actually entered way before the pumps. So that's pretty good.
Yeah, that was a good trade.
So that's pretty good. And then I went down. I tried to do another play again. Roughly 10 minutes went by. I re-entered a long on a dip. It was like a small dip. I entered at 1512. Got it at a nice dip. Took another 4% gain after getting a 300% gain. And then I closed it again last time because I was like, it looks questionable here. And the price was at 1512. And then after I did take that last profit, like less than 1%, we just started dipping hard. And this was what the chart looked like. But I'm back in the position now. I'm long again. I entered at a way bigger dip this time. I entered it when I closed my short closer to 143. And we're back above 150 again. So today has been a very interesting day. If you've been watching my stream this morning, I hope you made some good trades. That's from KuCoin, RC Anderson. I'll put my KuCoin link in the chat again, but man, if the price is 15, I'm getting close to 30% profits. If I can secure 30% profits, I could be very happy, walk away for the day. That's at 31. I could take profits here, and I could be done trading for the whole week. Because I have this goal, 2% per day, right? If I get a 30% trade, after a 300% trade, 4% trade, I'm good for the day. So I'm up over 31% right now. Let's I don't know if you can see my entry or exits, but I'll post it on Discord whenever I close this position. I'm still waiting. It's not a bad play. It's not a bad play. And then my other play, I'm long on Doge. Woo! Look at that fatty 5-minute candle for Doge. Broke above 7 cents again. Good day for crypto. Yep.
Go Doji.
Yeah, I knew I should have called off today. So you've been staying pretty good?
I've been good. Is my mic okay?
Hey, you sound alright.
So I had this dream that Elon tweeted, and we broke above 10 cents. It's just a dream. It's a little bit weird.
That's a good dream.
And I think
talking. So she wants to buy your place?
I think people
for somebody.
Somebody wants space.
It came in the letter?
Mic is open.
Is it? Oh, shit. Okay.
I think that I dreamed it because of when it happened. And this whole Luna thing, I was trading it on the technicals, but I'm telling you, these technicals mean nothing if Terra Labs or Binance do a huge move. So this looks very manipulative. I am playing with this. It's very manipulated, but I'm securing these trades, and that's why I am securing profits. I was very quick to exit earlier when it looked questionable, and I got back in once it looked a lot better. So definitely being cautious here. Markets are closing in 2 minutes.
Come on, AMC, push, push. You still got your GME position, Tane?
Yes, sir. And the SPY's at 380. SPY's looking pretty good on 5 minutes, but it's still been downtrending.
10-4.
GameStop's 122. But Doge is looking good. If Elon tweets, we could probably see 10 cents. I think Elon's been silent because he's trying to get this Twitter deal to go through. And we all know that if Elon buys Twitter, what do you think is going to happen to that little bird logo? You think it might look like a Doge? Might look like a little Doge? Possible.
That would be cool.
It's very possible. So RC Anderson says, I'll take a membership with the IOU for Discord. Possibly RC Anderson. If you want to fill out the form and then put in the screenshot section the IOU part, RC Anderson. Put in the screenshot IOU part, RC Anderson. Doge is holding above 7 cents here as market closed. Market just closed right there. Whew, looking good. And Luna C is still holding above that 15. Very, very interesting day. And then regular Luna 2.0 is at $2.52. You guys have any favorite coins you might want to accumulate during the dip? We're getting in this overbought range on the 5-minute 89 RSI. If we don't break above 15.8, I would probably be a little bit worried about my Luna position. I don't know if I'd be brave enough to short it again though, because this is heavily manipulated. I didn't eat yet today. My girlfriend made me some lunch. I got some orange and grapes. My diet's definitely changed a lot after I got a girlfriend. Orange and grapes. And she also made me this whole wheat sandwich. It's got some vegetables on there, eggs, spinach. Looks pretty good. Very thick sandwich. This sandwich is thicker than Nicki Minaj, tell you that. But personally, I'd rather eat this sandwich. Oh man, we're getting in this overbought period. It's a little bit. Okay, I had 90 on my thing. We're in the overbought range for Luna C. What do you think, guys? I secured 30% profits. Let's do a YouTube poll. All right, YouTube poll. Do I secure 30% profits here, or do I keep holding this Luna C trade? If we look at the 1 hour, R size at 69. This is what the charts look like. We literally came from we've almost tripled in price in 3 days. So it's like the price is doubling every day on average. Do I take this 30% profit or keep holding, guys? You guys vote. 2 people have voted, so we're at an even. Man, if I keep holding, we break above 158. If we break 158, I'm keep holding. We break 158, I can keep holding this trade longer, and then possibly walk away with 100%. So you guys vote: keep holding or walk away with profits. My buy signal came in as well. Good gravy. Good gravy. Like these we're getting higher and higher pumps. In about 2 more minutes, I can finish drawing for this candle to see. But man, and if you want to join the Discord, fill out that form, Marcy Anderson. If you don't have the $50 now, you can pay me later. I mean, ultimate goal here, I guess, to educate more retail investors so they don't make really bad moves. And I feel bad that I'm gambling with this Luna C play right here as well. I did minimize my risk. I did set stop losses. The moment I entered the trade, I was instantly in profit. Never came close to my stop loss. So very lucky with that. But man, you always should look at the market. So let's see what happened with markets. Let's do a quick recap today. So this is something beautiful that you want to see right here, guys. This is the Bitcoin chart. Let's help you illustrate this chart a little bit better. Alright, so if you're not clear what chart we're on, this is Bitcoin chart, obviously with Bitcoin logo. Market's just closed 5 minutes ago, and we have one of the fattest green candles on an hourly since the downtrend. We've been downtrending since June 28th, and this is the fattest green candle since then. As market closed, Bitcoin is slowly climbing back up. It's $20,300. Very beautiful to see. Very beautiful to see. And let's just check the 10-year real quick. So this is the 10-year treasury yield. It's looking good. It's been downtrending. This is what we wanted to see. I told you guys, the moment this thing starts breaking under 3.25% for the 10-year treasury yield, the SPY is probably going to increase, and it's going to help crypto pump or hold its price value. And this is good. This means Doge has room to go 10 cents on the Elon tweet, thanks to this 10-year treasury yield coming down right here. So 10-year coming down, good for the market, right? This has helped Dogecoin pump. Look, Dogecoin actually just broke higher for the day on this 5-minute right here. That's another good sign. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And actually, Luna C is following Bitcoin here, surprisingly. It wasn't following Bitcoin on the pumps earlier, but as Bitcoin pumped when market closed, Luna C is following Bitcoin. You got Bitcoin right here on 5 minutes. This is, on the hourly, this is big. Let me move my accumulation block so we can see the candles clear. And this is our beautiful 4-hour chart. My favorite time frame for any chart is the 4-hour. You get so much data points. We just came out of becoming oversold for Bitcoin, and it started climbing back up. Now look right here. Parabolic SAR is uptrending for 4 hours. First time parabolic SAR is uptrending, beginning of uptrending, since we was at $20,190 before. So Bitcoin is pretty bullish right here, guys. Anna Hartgrove says, where was NETA potentially showing this? It's on the charts, Anna Hartgrove. Are you talking about Bitcoin, Luna C, or Doge? Or if you're talking about the 10-year treasury bonds, that's in some of my previous streams, Anna Hartgrove. If you want to look back and watch those streams. And that's when we were above 3.25%. Like, 10-year treasury yield holding above 3.25, climbing towards 5%, that's really bad for the stock market. Horrible for the stock market. Let's go to Nomics. Let's look over here at nomics.com. Global market cap still under $1 trillion for crypto. Some people expect this to be $10 trillion market cap within the next 10 years. So being at $924 billion, plenty of room to grow. We just need an Elon tweets. My theory today, my thesis earlier, I said, if Doge holds above 7 cents and then Elon tweets, that could help us get to the stepping stones of 10 cents. Well, here we are. Market's closed. We're holding above 7 cents. So this is good. I'll try to get you a video link, Ann Hartgrove. I also did a video yesterday. Let's see. For the 10-year treasury yield, I need to go back and rename these videos. Some of them are quite long. I gotta find the... Okay, maybe this video, 37 hours. Oh, you cannot watch it 37 hours. Okay, definitely not letting the stream go that long in the future. Okay, I found it. Oh my god, 198 hours. It's a video, but cannot preview it. That's unfortunately. It's 198 hours. I don't know why it's showing on there. But basically, the 10-year treasury bond was crashing the market. Lunacy is holding above 1.52. What did YouTube vote? Keep holding or... The votes are even. People are halfway. Guys, do I keep holding or do I secure profits? I'm already above that 30% profit while this poll's been running. Let's see where I'm at. I'm at 43% profits right here. I really want us to break 158. If we break 158, I can keep holding. I won't need the poll. So this is my Luna trade right now. That's my entry. That's the market price. Pretty accurate. And I'm at 43% right here. So I could take profits here. I could take profits here, walk away, be done trading for the day. That might be a little bit boring though. Might be a little bit boring. Okay, Daniel Yarborough says, where is Doge resistance after 8 cents? Let's see. So Daniel, it's closer to 10 cents for the next big resistance after 8 right here. It's around 10.3. And that's on a broader time frame, Daniel. So after 8 cents, we have like 10.3. $8.6 was a big resistance before, Daniel, when we tried to do the pump up before. 8.6 for Doge. If you look right here. But yeah, we're already above 7.1 cents right now. All right, I'll check your application RC.
Let's go.
If Lunacy can break this, like, cause we've already been climbing. Moving average is already slowly right here. This is the moment moving average and Williams Alligator start coming back up. And keep in mind, the formula for the Williams Alligator involves moving averages on different time frames. So it makes sense for the moving average to start curving up when the Williams Alligator is curving up as well. So this is another indicator. Some people don't get into positions until this happens on broader time frames. R.C. Anderson. So this is a moment where Luna is getting a little bit questionable, guys. We're broke under 15. Doge is still above 7, but we're broke under 7.1. All right, R.C. Anderson, I'm making your link right now. This is like we've just left the overbought region right here, yeah? I took profits earlier. After I took profits, that's when it pumped up a little bit further. If I switch just 1 minute, it does look like it's clearly coming down. So, whew. And while Luna C is coming down, Bitcoin's at the top of the 5 minute as well, but our size is getting high on the 5 minutes, $20,300. Tough choice, huh? How about this? How about I secure these profits? Let's see. It's back at 30%, so I will secure 30% profits for Luna C. Let's see. Yeah, I will secure 30% profits right here. All right, screenshot, close the trade. I'm done. I'm out of the trade. 30% profit secured. And then I'll post a screenshot in Discord.
Is that Luna? You out of Luna?
Is LUNC, yeah.
Oh, you win C. Remember that?
Yeah, it's gambling. Yep. So let me put off this and show off the scalps as well. And let me go ahead and end the YouTube poll. Let's see what my viewers were saying. Most people said keep holding, but 48% still said yes to take profits, and I did take profits around 30%, so it's great. Crypto Boss Andrew says no. No to what, Crypto Boss Andrew? I took profits. You want to see something funny? So, somebody did a Bitcoin long. Somebody did a Bitcoin position. I guess they used a lot higher leverage. They had 30% on their trade. And then I ended up with like around 30% for my trade as well. But I did Luna C, so. I have those profits. I'm not going to short it right now, though. Today's been great. Doge is still climbing a little bit as well. If the prophecy comes true and Elon likes anything on Twitter, you see any Elon activity on Twitter, spam the YouTube chat. We see any Elon activity on Twitter, spam the YouTube chat. He likes a post or anything. Yeah, I did 5 times leverage. It's slowly coming down. Whoo, boy. Man. It's slowly coming down. Man, oh man. That was a good trade. 5-minute RSI right there. It gave me a good entry, and then I had a good exit, right? I kind of waited too late, though. I wanted to wait until I saw it coming down, because if it passed that 158, I would have been golden. But yeah, people taking profits very early right there. And keep in mind, these candles are not that big volume. It's not really a lot of capital for these candles. Compared to a 5-minute Doge candle or compared to a 5-minute Bitcoin candle, it's not really much. But yeah, I mean, secure profits, that's what it's about. I don't know if I'd be brave enough to long it again. I've already done so many trades on it today that it seems artificial. This seems manipulated and not organic at all. Ultimately, if I can get a really good short position, I would be happy. Maybe even right here could be an interesting short position to enter. We'll see. I enter, and then it's a stop loss. If I do like just 1%. If I do 5%, that's not the best stop loss. But we'll see how this goes. It's parabolic SAR downtrend on the 5. I'm not down 1% yet, so we'll see. I may take out a short and then close it early on. So whenever I post these screenshots on Discord, like, I want to tell people if I enter a position or something, it shows the entry in there, so I don't have to post the entry. It shows the entry and then a market price inside the screenshot. Currently it's down, not down 1%, but if the price does drop, if it does surely come back down, then I will be making a lot of profit. How does my mic sound? Is it pretty loud?
It's good here.
Yep. So I entered that short. I pinged the Discord. It's very risky. It's good to bounce our ideas off each other. Now I'm back up 3% on this short as the price drops. And we can break below that moving average. If we can break below 143, I will be very excited about this short position. So you see, guys, I was going long, short, long, short, long, short, just different plays.
That's the dream. That's the unicorn, almost impossible dream.
And while this is happening on the side with Luna C, Bitcoin is slowly coming down as well. Kind of got rejected at $20,430 right here.
That's
a little bit of rejection, some resistance right here.
I didn't say anything early, but I hopped in the wagon. When I saw the movement up, it was pitiful winning, but I was in the wagon.
And then for Doge is just a play hoping that Elon tweets today. And I've been long on Doge for a while. I've been spot trading it for over a month as well, holding more Doge as the price is coming down. So I'm hoping that lunacy comes down fast and hard.
Dang.
If it comes down fast and hard, this short's going to print money. Sometimes, like when I'm announcing stuff to Discord, though, it's very hard to announce it to Discord at the same time I'm taking profit. Because when the price is dropping hard, it can drop fast.
One of the main reasons why I got a Discord, because the YouTube channel is 2 seconds behind it, and yeah, you need those seconds. Let's put it that way.
Like, if you're too... It can be up to a minute late as well. But look at this candle right here. This is, like, when you saw this candle right here at 16.18 on 1 minute, this is, like, it's very, very scary. When you see this first big candle, though, that's usually a sign to get out. My sell signal just came in on 1 minute as well. I programmed this signal a lot for very volatile trading, and it works better for long term. I'll show you this signal on long term. So this is my buy sell signal on the 1 day chart. Let's see how it reacts to Bitcoin. So my buy sell signal on the 1 day chart, it would have sold Bitcoin at $41,630. And there's still no buy signal yet, and the price is already down by half right here. And we even hit like oversold at 17K. It still did not want to buy Bitcoin. So keep in mind, people like Michael Saylor, they started buying Bitcoin after my sell signal and the def cross. So my sell signal came 2 days before the def cross come. So this indicator is pretty nice, pretty interesting to help confirm some of my trading basis. Doge getting a little bit of red here as well. Alright, there goes the def cross on the 1 minute. So as you can see, my sell signal came before the def cross, 2 minutes before. And sometimes on daily chart, sometimes it will come 2 days before the def cross on daily. So this signal, it helps a little bit. Like, look where the buy came in down here, right? The buy came in down here around 143, and now sell came in a little bit late, 147. That's still a huge spread. Now, I don't follow this to a T. I don't buy and sell based off my buy and sell signal. I just use it to help me say, hey, I feel good that I entered my trade. Because if you watch the stream, I was already shorting it before my sell signal. I was already shorting it before the def cross. Just because I'm so used to watching these patterns all day long. And sometimes when you get a def cross, especially in the 5 minutes, you get a little bit pump up. A little bit of a pump up before the price comes down even further. And we saw that happen today and numerous times. Thor says, any updates or thoughts about Bed Bath & Beyond? Not really any updates yet on Bed Bath & Beyond. I still did not make that video yet, Thor. I don't think it's time to make the video yet. I think we still have more time. The CEO still on the company, still did not sell his shares yet. I think we still have time to research Bed Bath & Beyond before doing any big plays. But yeah, if lunacy slowly comes down, like this short is going to print money. Bitcoin, this after we got rejected up here, Bitcoin just coming down a little bit fast. It's good we still have trading volume, especially after market. I want to eat this sandwich. I want to eat this sandwich. I want to leave the lunacy chart up.
Enjoy, man.
It's very interesting. I don't know why. I don't know why the price sometimes pumps after a def cross, after we ran up pretty high. I guess people want to buy that first dip. I did it earlier as well, and I was able to make a good scalp. But man, people buying here is very risky right here.
What is it? Did I get so sleepy after 420? I don't know. I think I'm getting old. "4:20 p.m. I get sleepy as hell." I'm sorry, it's very dusty where I live. So it's very interesting. We received the golden cross right after that death cross on the 1 minute as the price started pumping back above 15. Parabolic SAR is still downtrending on the 5 minute, but I think right here, if it can pump above 15.3 and hold, then we will start shedding that parabolic SAR. But this is RSI. If it closes down, we could be looking at 147 again. 147, 145. All right, we went from death cross, golden cross to another death cross. This is pretty weird. Price is definitely holding on this 1 minute moving average. Parabolic SAR wants to uptrend right here. Remember, death, golden, death, and then we have parabolic SAR uptrend. You know, this chart looked like one of those spore when it goes, it fake left, it fake right, you know, because it's literally feel like a sport player or something like that. I think it will be pretty entertaining if we get a hold of like a soccer commentator, like a very fast-paced soccer commentator, and we put the 1 second chart and we see what he can come up with. That would be nice. I want to remind everybody that's trading Luna, see, it's tied to USTC. So, if USTC drops in price drastically, generally Luna C should theoretically drop in price. And on the 5 minute, it's just slowly been coming back down for UST. It's slowly coming down USTC. We had the death cross earlier today. And this thing's been coming down. It had a nice little pump there to 7.173, but it's already coming back down. Sometimes people get caught in these micro pumps here, though. That's very dangerous. It looks like quicksand. It's a weird thing, but the last two peaks and that downtrend, the whole area, when I look at it, it reminds me of quicksand. Right, and then if we look at the 15 minute for USTC, like, we had the death cross about 3 candles ago. Well, let's just say 2 because we just entered a new 15 minute candle. And I think USTC, like, after it got rejected up here, it's just slowly been coming down. So it got rejected above 9 cents, right? And then it started coming back down now. It looks like it, usually when you see something like this,
it will come down even harder. Right here, I guess investors didn't want to believe it. They kept buying the first dips, started coming down. If this starts coming down first and it goes under 5 cents, then theoretically it should pull Luna C down as well, since they are tied together with the minting mechanism. We've slowly
Looking at the
pumping on the
Go
5
ahead.
minutes here.
I'm looking at the volume chart, little lines.
Yeah, volume's been
And I
falling
was
off
trying,
right here.
yeah, I was trying to see if I can sense a pattern of at least how many red before a consideration of an uptrend, but nothing jumps out of me. You see how much red in comparison to green there is in the volume? Um, that's what I was trying to see if there is any pattern, but I can see no pattern of red and green, or a time frame of pressure of red before the green. How many? I don't see it. Nothing jumps. A bit random.
The only scary thing, like, there's exchanges like Binance that could just dump $1 trillion on the market like it's nothing and liquidate everybody who's long. I'm still in my short crypto, boss Andrew. Doge just broke under 7 cents, still coming down on this 5 minute. Parabolic SAR still downtrending for Doge. The moment Bitcoin got rejected here and started coming down, that started pulling Dogecoin down as well, because Doge is still following Bitcoin on these charts. And when Bitcoin was coming down, now surprisingly, Luna C is doing a small pump up as well. But yeah, Dogecoin on the weekly is still in the oversold range.
I have few orders below 650 for Doge. Small orders. Hopefully.
Nice. Do you have any of that
a
support
week-
at 492?
492? No, I didn't. I missed out. 100% missed out. I think Joe got some of that good stuff.
This volume is just down. So even though we're seeing a lot of price action for Luna C right here from 14.8 to 15.1, that candle is only 1.5 billion on the 5 minute. Versus a lot of these candles were well above 3 billion volume. When that sell candle came in, it's like 7.6 billion volume. So very dangerous for people. I think 15 cents has been a very common area that we reached earlier today. On this 5 minutes, since 12:05 until now 16:40 on the 5 minutes, we've revisited 15 multiple times. Multiple times. I think 15 has been like one of the most common areas that we've been reaching for this. And then down below 14 has been a very common area on the downtrend. 14 has been a very common area on the downtrend as well. So ranging between 14 and 15, that's a huge spread on these scalps. We're well above the moving average on this 5-minute as well. Yeah, Bitcoin's still like in the oversold range. I don't like to short Bitcoin when it's completely oversold. Even if I think the value could go down by half, it's very risky.
Can you imagine you think something is dead and actually explode?
Yeah.
You go, oh look, a dead cat. You go kick it and it explode. You go down with it.
Absolutely. I haven't lost a trade yet today, so if I can earn at least 10% on this trade, I'll be very happy for the day. None of my stop losses have triggered. We revisited 15 again. Wow. The problem is, like, for the people that are longing lunacy, whenever a company like Binance or somebody sells that has trillions, the price is going to tank automatically 50%. So it's going to be a scary situation. I think it's easier to drop the price of it than to pump the price right now. 5 times leverage, crypto boss Andrew. So currently I'm shorting lunacy, 5 times leverage. Liquidation price is around 18. Definitely easier for the exchanges to drop the price rather than pump it. It'll take less money to do it that way. Bitcoin retraced almost all the way down to before that pump. That was a nice little pump there. Definitely saw that rejection though. And that was after market closed. It's an action that we see sometimes happen when market closes. You think Robinhood's going to list lunacy? That would be hilarious.
Yeah, they
list it after this.
What would be that? It's like Koopa and Browser getting together from Mario. The two words.
Crypto Boss Andrew says, better get out. If my stop loss gets triggered, Crypto Boss Andrew, I'll get out. Otherwise, I'm keeping this short because I know how easy it is for the exchanges to drop the price of this lunacy. Look, I'm already in the profits right here. I go from being in the profits to not being in the profits very frequently, but that's because I entered my short early. I wanted to secure my position.
I think I have figured out how long it normally takes for things to go real quick from good to bad. And it seems it takes the amount of time that it takes anybody to like go to the bathroom and do something and come back. And that's it.
I go to bathroom, come back, it's at 20. I'm like, dang, I got something.
Yeah. Hey, but sometimes in the good side, like uptrend, and you're like, what the heck is just going on?
That happened to me one day. I kept going to the bathroom and then Doge kept pumping.
That's good stuff. Good lucky day.
I mean, lunacy is up over 60% in 24 hours. That's pretty high. When the price was an average of doubling every day for 3 days. I don't know if it could sustain after that kind of pumping, though. you have so many bag holders for this thing. You have people that were down 300% from this price just 3 days ago, so you have to consider that.
That's where my exit strategy come into action. What you didn't know about my exit strategy through the window is that I live in a 4th floor, you know?
Wow. Mm. There's been a lot of like short sellers, a lot of hedge funds talking bad about Bed Bath and Beyond lately, and talking bad about Rand Cohen. It's ironic. Some of them were shorting Bed Bath and Beyond before Rand Cohen bought some shares, so that may be why they're starting to talk about it. Some of these guys were shorting AMC before too and lost a lot of money.
You just mentioned the 2 ticker symbol that lately I have some drama with. So I hop into BBBY, and my average was 10 something, which I consider was a good, effort for me, because I heard about it when it was at 19 and it went to 20 something, and I was patient. But my friend, I have to let go of that thing at 664. I'm okay, no problem, everything is Gucci. I put that money like within seconds into AMC, and then AMC run up. And I'm not gonna let that beat me up on BBBY. I'm gonna wait for the perfect time. I'm gonna go back in. Um, see if I can average down. So far, I already saved some money because I sold at 664, and right now it's at 512. So thanks God, I pulled the plug because it took me like 4 days since I knew I have to do it. Yeah, procrastinate a lot.
Well,
I would have sold it at 8 something, man.
Yeah, I can't wait to. I'll make the video on Bed Bath and Beyond once the price drops lower. And look, if the CEO steps down, that's going to be the big catalyst. If the CEO steps down, another CEO comes in. If they can turn it around before going bankrupt or filing bankruptcy, that would be great. Short sellers wanted to go bankrupt, though.
Can you imagine in one of the charts, some people actually is the one that get into the thing with you know, all of these, what you call it, media and stuff and connection. Oof.
But I want to see another update from Ryan Cohen before I do make that Bed Bath & Beyond video. He does have, it's weird, he has options that expire January 2023 at $60 strike price. Alright, so Parabolic SAR is downtrending again for Luna C. I'm still in my short position. Definitely not getting out yet. If anybody wants to join the Discord, I got the link in the video description. It's a one-time fee, $50. Kind of weeds out a lot of bad people just by having a fee. This Luna play is very risky today. I'm not gonna lie. I did earn a lot of profit though, so I'm very happy with these trades. For Dogecoin, Dogecoin's been following these technicals pretty well. After getting overbought, it's been coming down. Whenever it's oversold, like this, our side low, start pumping up. So this is what we've been watching today. And Bitcoin is crossing that oversold range right here on the 5 minutes. May do a little bit of bounce up on the 1 hour. On 1 hour, we were oversold for Bitcoin and then started climbing up. We started climbing up when the stock market closed today at 4 p.m. Eastern. And then that resistance for Bitcoin was at $20,430. So keep that in mind if you're doing any of these futures trade or scalps for Bitcoin. And then for this Luna C, it keeps wanting to go to this 15 cents range. It keeps wanting to go here. Downtrending on this 1 minute. Usually I go to 1 minute, see if there's any increase in volume, but just looking right here, since 1600, it's just been all down volume, lower volume. Our last 5 minute candle was only 900 million volume. And here's the problem, guys. Look, the moment you start losing that trading volume momentum and then people slowly start selling, as you lose that buying volume and you have people taking profits, the price can drop even faster. So that's one of the reasons I'm holding this short open a little bit longer for Luna C. Last time the RSI got overbought, we were at 15.5. Hopefully we start coming back down, at least get down to 14.1 before I start even considering taking profits for this. Crypto Boss Andrew says, why would you go against the trend if the trend is up? And do you see on the daily chart this is a massive cup and handle? Crypto Boss Andrew, this is a coin that has 6.5 trillion tokens. Binance holds over 3 trillion. They could just dump 10 billion. 10 billion, just 10 billion, nothing, right? And liquidate most of the people long. This is a coin that's tied to a stable coin that lost its $1 peg. I told you guys, look. As this coin comes down, USTC is going to pull down Luna C because of the minting mechanism, right? So I don't care what the daily trend looks like on this Crypto Boss Andrew. I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, this looks very manipulated, very artificial. And all it takes is this trading volume to start coming down, and then people start taking profits when they realize that, hey, it lost momentum, and then the price could drop even faster. I definitely don't feel comfortable longing this as well every time, because we're up over 300% in 3 days. Almost 300% in 3 days, and it's very dangerous to long something after you climb. That's why I'm keeping my short open, so hopefully you're learning something here, Crypto Boss Andrew. And if you want to look back at some of my trades on Luna before, I started shorting this thing the first time at $86. I shorted it from $86 all the way to price under 1 cent. So definitely something to learn as that supply just kept increasing, as they kept minting, the value just kept going towards zero. So that is another thing to consider. But yeah, look, this is right here. This is my short printing money now on this 5-minute candle right here. And the parabolic SAR trends have been downtrending. So right here, my short is printing.
It looks like that. Yep.
It is printing cash. Like this volume falling off, as this volume falls off and then sell volume just comes up, there's no buy volume, the price just slides down. And that's why I'm shorting it and not longing it, Crypto Boss Andrew. I hope this illustrates the answer to the question. But yeah. After you do this for like a few years, like you know some of these chart indicators and stuff. That's why usually I'm a little bit early before my indicators. But the short's already printing. I didn't close my trade yet. I'm keeping this one open a little bit longer. We're up about 13% on this trade right here. But this one, I think it could slip longer. Here you go. So this is my entry down here. Well, I'm up about 13.7. That's my entry. My entry price and then a market price, so up about 13%. This thing, when it bleeds down, when this bleeds down, like look, this is probably one of the fattest red candles since the downtrend as well. I'm hoping that we just bleed through since we lost a lot of this trading volume. Look at this. Look at this 5-minute candle just rolling in here as well. We're bleeding through right here.
Bro, you know what? That price is sliding through like coin would slide in those bags from the bag club.
Yeah, so right here, this is when this is the real slide. Like this is a must slide. Look at this. Like this was the recipe for disaster, guys. I hope you learned something today. Once you get lower trading volume and then people start selling, like look at this 2.5 billion candle on the 5 minutes, and it's mostly sell pressure. The price could slip, and keep in mind, look at the hourly. Look how far we ran up on the hourly. We were trading sideways at 0.000590 and then started climbing up. So if this hourly starts breaking down and we get parabolic SAR downtrend and the hourly comes down to like 13.5, theoretically it should start slipping even faster. We have about 4 minutes left in this hourly candle. Trading volume hasn't really picked up on the hourly though. It's been about 24 billion, 23 to 24 billion. And like, look at these candles. This is why I also think it's manipulated. I think it's the same coins trading back and forth. And I think somebody's using their funds to artificially pump the price. They were able to get it up 300%. I think 300% is pretty good. Now they can start slowly dumping some on the markets. Just my belief. Just my belief. And I did play.
But you're so kind, man. Because you say one person, you know, it's just a bunch of like, who knows, rich people living in freaking Antarctica, putting their money together to fuck with all of us.
No. Look how much. No. Look at Terra Labs. How much? Look at Terra Labs. How much Luna C they still hold. Terra Labs and Binance are the biggest holders of Luna C. Like, look at this wallet. This one wallet has 2.5 trillion. And we already know that wallet was Binance before. I put the address into the chat if you guys want to look at the Luna wallet that has 2.5 trillion.
Oh, in the YouTube chat.
Yeah.
Okay.
The total supply. So the number one wallet owns 20% of the total supply. The second wallet owns about 0.85%. So that number one wallet with 2.5 trillion. Whew. Jesus Christ, Lord and Savior. Bed Bath & Beyond just shot up like 20 cents after market closed. USTC is going up. Look, Bed Bath & Beyond went to $5.20 after market closed. All right, now walk away with 14% profits because USTC is going up a little bit.
I have a question.
Let me check the volume though. So it's very funny. If this goes up, why? It's oversold. All right, what's your question?
You know, between GME and AMC, it seems that the development of the text message between the organization, which it seems like it came from the manuscript of, you know, the government or whatever.
Yes, sir.
What do you think? How long do you think it will take for these people to kick the can down the road? Like, everybody knows everything now and have seen the text messaging, and they know and they have make move already in real life to like going to another place or things.
Maybe like 10 years.
Citadel is close.
It could go on for 10 years,
damn.
depending on which politicians are in power.
God.
Devin
Alright.
says, how do you think the inflation adjustment checks in California affect the crypto market, if at all? I think it can help pump up the crypto market, coins like Doge, Bitcoin, Ethereum, because anytime people get stimulus checks, it helps pump the market. Woo! USTC was still slowly coming down, but it's getting a little bit pumpity right here. Luna C still getting the sell volume here, though. We actually broke the low 14.5 right there. Woo. We break 14.3. We break right here. We break this support line right here. Oh my God, I'm happy. Like, you see this Williams alligator line, this green line, YouTube? We break this. It's money printer still. I'll ping on my Discord when I close this position. I'm just trying to win trades. My last trade, I earned 30%, so I'm just trying to earn more. And I do live a life, so I do have to stop trading eventually during the daytime. I've been on early today, and gotta take in consideration that I have things to do as well. So I don't know. Maybe when I stop the margin trade, I'll maybe spot trade, buy a bunch of Doge. Who knows? Doge is looking good here, though.
In the 5-minute time frame, Doge and Lunacy are doing the complete opposite thing in the 5-minute. I have both right next to each other. And, yep.
Yes, sir. So, look, we broke below 1.43. Somebody was trying to talk me into exiting my short earlier. If I would have exited my short when it was sideways trading, that would have been very bad. I'd rather let it ride and trigger my stop loss, lose a little bit more, than risk losing any of these profits. Like right here, I'm just writing straight profits. If this starts coming down, if this comes down hard enough, it could be over 100% trade. If we start getting on this hourly, some downward pressure, like look at this hourly now. There we are. Like we're very close to riding the bottom of this hourly candle that just came in for 5 p.m. Eastern. If we break below 135, I'm telling you, 135, that's going to be the point where people start realizing, hey, we're coming down. So the people that rode it from 9, initially I was at 9, right? I took profits at like 5.1. But people that rode it from here, once we get to 13.5, they realize, hey, we're coming down. They will immediately sell, helping the price drop even further. And then it won't matter if we're oversold only 1 minute or 5 minutes. So definitely I had a good entry, so I could even adjust my stop loss to 1.5, and if it bounces back up, I can watch it. But I don't know, even right here I'm up over 17%. My only concern right here, USTC is pumping. Bitcoin's getting a little bit of pump as well. Right here. Do I want to ride it longer? Parabolic SCR tells me to ride it longer, but my intuition says secure profits. We are in this oversold area, 26 RSI. USTC got overbought on the 1 minute, 6.8 cents. Started slowly coming back down. I don't know, 145. That was basically my target for the short before. All right, I think I will take profits. I think now is a good time to call it. Profits, profits, profits. Secure my profits right now. Just in case something happens, right? So, close the trade, secure my profits, walked away with a little bit over 11%. So that was 11.4% play right there. We are oversold. Part of me wants to long it, but it's so dangerous right here.
It could bounce out of the SMA line.
Yeah.
Keep dropping down.
We're right on the moving average. So right now I'm undecided. I just closed my short, walked away with the 11%, 11.2%. Pinging my Discord as well. You guys are watching live, so this is when I entered. The entry price was at 1,486, and then when I closed the trade, the market price was at 1,452. So huge gain right there. Huge gain. 11% may seem like nothing, but let's see, how many trades did I do today? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I did 7 trades today, and I made profit on every single trade. My best trade, we'll see, my best trade was over 300% profit. Best trade, 332% profit. Walked away after that, 4.9% profit. Walked away 0.19% profit. Did another short, walked away with 4.88% profit. Did a long, walked away with 30% profit. And then I entered a short, and that short I closed it at 11.4% profit. So I did 7 trades today, 0 losses. It's been a great day. Great day. And right here, I'm undecided. And hey, if you're undecided, don't force the trade. It's better to know that you don't know than to guess, right? So I don't feel confident about making a trade right here. So I'm on the sidelines. I'm researching. I'm looking at charts again. But my trades today were pretty dang good. Pretty good. And put a link to join Discord. Do you guys want to join Discord? Share your feedback, share your scalps and stuff. Talk with us. But so far today, I'm very satisfied with how my portfolio grew for the scalping account.
It's always good to see those numbers going up.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. And look, the reason I didn't really lose much, my stop losses never even came close most of the trades. Let's see, what do I want to do? So right now I'm looking for more of another scalp. I think it actually is getting a little bit of uptrend, so I can probably go long right here. I got a little bit more confirmation. No! I accidentally,
Oh, you did what you normally do, which when you long when you want to short, or you short when you want to long?
I canceled it right away.
Okay.
So, I'm trying to enter another long again if the price is right. And, yep. I entered long, I'm automatically up 1%. So, I'm long, I automatically entered it. Let's see. I put in the Discord. The moment I enter a trade, I'm automatically up like almost 0.4%. So that's good. If you enter a trade and you're automatically up, it feels good. I entered when I got more confirmation. So you look at the Heikin-Ashi candle here, see how it has a flat bottom and it's green? That's pretty bullish, right? Pretty bullish. This is the post I put in Discord. I put the post in Discord. My entry price right here is at 1473, and we're already above 148. I was undecided. I waited, got some more confirmation, became decided about my long. All right. I could close it here, automatically walk away with like over 2%, 3%. Man. My daily goal used to be 2% per day.
Are you including the fees?
Yeah. So look, if you want to reduce your fees, you can reduce your trading fees by holding the KuCoin coin.
Yeah, because I was going to say 2%, you're like at a loss if you didn't do that.
No.
Roger that.
No, I'm using 5 times leverage, Robert, so my trading fee is not that high. If I was using like 50 times leverage and I'm up 2%, that fee could be like $60, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Like I'm doing 5%, right?
Oh, these fees are super cheap while I'm doing.
Nice.
Yeah, like these fees are cheap. I think it calculates it based with the fee as well included. My CeeLo short's still up 9%.
KuCoin? KuCoin? I don't think so, no.
No?
I'm not sure. I stopped using KuCoin.
No, because when you click on your orders, it shows you, and then you click on it how much profit you earned, trading P&L, and it has your fee over there. So P&L is the amount you earn without the fee. But your closed P&L, that's how much with the fee included. I got a phone call, 1 second.
Well, time to fill up the old Jeep. Let's see how much it's going to cost.
Somebody's definitely trying to scam me. I got a call that was from Amazon.
I heard that when you go to pay for the gas at the counter, and you have a gun, I heard they give it to you for free.
Well, let me give that a shot.
Well, it depends on where you live. Some gas stations here people open carry.
Yeah, I'm not doing it. You just use the company credit card. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Hey, if you don't do it, you will be the only one. Every person I have spoke to have one of those. He's like, yeah, man, why do you think I'm paying all of this right now?
We went from being oversold for the Lunacy. It's not really we're losing that momentum. I think this may be my last trade for Lunacy for the day. And then I take everything and put it into Doge. Bitcoin's at the top of the 5 minute. Let's see if it gets rejected again at $20,400. Doge is breaking higher again for this candle. We broke above 7.14. Doge is looking good. Doge is looking good. Doge is great. I feel like spot trading Doge with everything while I'm going today. Let's see though. Let's see. I have to get through this last LUNC trade and then I can look at Doge. I joked earlier about putting everything into Doge in a spot trade whenever I'm done trading for the day. And Doge is already above 7.1 cents again. Doge is looking great.
The go.
Doge chart is outperforming Bitcoin chart right here. Oh, USTC had another big sell-off right here. Over 2.5 million. Keep in mind, this is a stable coin that's supposed to be pegged to the dollar, but it's trading at 6 cents because so much Luna was minted. Since it dropped harder, it actually means Luna C will probably keep dipping as well. Oh, a little bit of volume here, though. That's like the biggest 1 minute candle. 2.6 million volume.
Hey, Sam, I got an Asian girl here with a really nice Audi
Oh, nice.
at the gas station.
Give her my number, my Instagram.
Okay, stand by.
All right. Cool. Thank you, buddy.
I got you.
Appreciate it.
Now I understand why they call you Tokyo Drift.
Who calls me Tokyo Drift?
Me right now to make the joke because it sounds funny.
Oh.
Tokyo Drift. But you have to imagine the sound, the one that goes ding, ding, the classic one.
Mm. I feel like this may be the bad trade of the day.
Chan.
I wish that was my last trade, that number 7, lucky 7. I just put it onto Doge because Doge is climbing here. I still have a big Doge bag. I still have Doge on the margin trade, but it doesn't hurt to add more. The only thing I can hope for right here is another push up for Luna C before it dips hard. Because this 1 hour chart right here is garbage. I could take my humbling loss right here. Or I could wait. It's not that far. And close it for a little bit of profit. But man, Doge, 7.1? Whoo! Doge is outperforming on this 5 minute chart compared to Bitcoin. And I think it's because Elon Musk tweeted that he's buying Doge. He helped Doge stay up in value. So if he tweets again today, he hasn't tweeted in 7 days, and Doge is holding above 7, it would be great.
I guess hashtag Doge the GOAT.
If I close my trade for a loss here, go into Doge, and Doge goes 10 cents, it's pretty good. So it's like a race against time. I really want to close this last Luna trade. I don't want to close at a loss. And it's only 5 o'clock. I still have over an hour. So hopefully Luna C pumps a little bit and Doge does a little bit of retracement and that oversold. But overall, Doge is still down a lot, and having someone like Elon Musk tweet that he's still buying Doge, supporting Doge, that's pretty big. So, really trying to get out of this trade. He hasn't tweeted for 7 days in Hartgrove. I think it's about time for him to tweet. It's about time. It's about time. And I hope he starts tweeting his buys. You know how Michael Saylor tweets his Bitcoin buys? I hope he starts tweeting his Doge buys and then starts showing us how much Doge he actually holds. That'd be very interesting. But Doge. Woo. Here, let me replay the stream. Let's see where Doge was at today. Doge was like 6.7 cents when I started the stream this morning. I think he tweets, and Hartgrove. He's tweeted over 50 times. You really statistically think there's a chance that he's not going to tweet again. Because the CPI data could be good. CPI data could already be priced in. It has momentum right now. Doge has the momentum right now.
I'm telling you, we need somebody that can talk pretty fast, and we put him in the 1 second. And
Oh, the 1 second doesn't have any data though.
But he will be very like he's going up, he's going up, he's going up. You know, very fast and entertaining. Then he's going down.
I could do that.
You will be tired, you know. That will be too tasking, I guess. Yeah, it's more for comedic effects, you know, like just chilling.
Yeah.
Because the majority of the time, actually, the market is like watching paint dry. It's just a few moments in which, like, something happened. Wow.
I think today's the day. We can agree to disagree. I just think today's the day. If not today, like very early in the morning tomorrow. Like 3 o'clock in the morning, something like that. Like look how Doge is doing right here. Doge is definitely outperforming Bitcoin. And Doge, it's up over 5% in 24 hours compared to Bitcoin's not even up 1% in 24 hours. It's actually down. So something's happening. Something's happening there. I hope we learn what's happening there. And definitely retail investors have more faith in Doge after Elon made those tweets. But here's the thing, and Hartgrove, the closer the Twitter deal gets done, the better chance Doge climbs to its 10 cents.
Well, you know how the YouTube channel is a little bit behind? Yeah. When you were saying something is happening in Doge, you have the logo of Doge.
Mm-hmm.
And the way the eyes of the dog look is like, yes, but I won't tell you, you know?
Mm-hmm.
When you look at the logo, it's like he has a secret that he won't tell you.
I'll put the words Elon likes me. That's what the dog is thinking. He's like, I'm a good dog.
Look at that. Look at those eyes. It's like the kind of eyes that I will never tell you.
Parabolic
But I
SAR is
know.
finally uptrending again for Luna C. Am I in the profits? Oh, I'm in the profits. I'm in the profits again for the long. My only concern, Doge, if it look like here, we have 3 candles on the 5 minutes. Triple top. If we break this, ugh. Which one higher chance? CPI data could come out bad, though. That's one possibility. Nope. CPI data could come out bad. But I think it's very priced into the markets. A lot of your favorite stocks are down, guys. A lot of your favorite stocks are down. There she goes. Look, Doge broke that 5 minute. It broke that resistance right there. I'm telling you. It's outperforming Bitcoin. Bitcoin tried to break up. It didn't even touch the 20,400 yet. But when it touches there and breaks, that's going to be a lot of green. And it's almost 5:30 maintenance for Robinhood, right? Alright. Ugh. I need to close this trade in a profits. I don't care how much profits. Even if it's 1% profit, I don't care. As long as the trading fee, like, I'm not losing money on the trading fee, I'm happy. Look at Doge right here, though. Doge is looking good. I still have Doge in the spot trade, so and a leverage trade, so I'm not feeling impressed about it. Whew. Oh, this is a fatty candle on the 5 minute right here for Luna C. Oh my god. Well, the candle just started, by the way. Definitely in the profits right here. Is Bitcoin breaking up? If that's what happening? 20,400? Not yet. Not yet. Alright. Woo! We broke 149. Oh my god, Luna C just broke 149. Wow. Wow. That's beautiful. That's more than enough profits. That's like 10% almost. Wrong trade. Not 10%. My CLO is 10% for my CLO short. 4.58% right here. I could take that. Spot trade everything into Doge. Go to sleep. Or I can wait it out. We just need Bitcoin to break 20,400 for the real action to come today. We break 20,400 and we have about 30 minutes though. We break that, we can see a lot of action happening in the crypto market, more volatility happening. Did we touch 145 again? We didn't touch 145, but we do have 5 minute parabolic SAR for Luna C. Up 6% on the trade currently. This is trade number 8 of the day since I've been on live stream. Just chilling here. Trade number 8. Our side is not completely overbought right here, but we may be having trouble coming up. The hourly a little bit undecisive for Luna C right here. But if this candle holds and we can pump above 15 again, break towards 15.3, I'll be very happy with this long. Doge was slowly staircasing upwards, right? Getting a little bit of downtrend as we reach towards the overbought region. Bitcoin still at the top of the 5-minute candle. It needs to break $20,400 to break that resistance. Golden Cross just came in on 1 minute for Luna C. As we broke above that 1489. Maybe able to get above 151. Take a little bit of profits there. Let's see. I'm not going to be mapping out these runs anymore. I already got the information I needed earlier. I'll map it out again once we break above. Once we break above 1515, I'll map it again. But right now I already had my answers. And still in this long. RSI did get into that overbought range. I'll do the 5-minute mapping. The price is still like, even when we get these pikes up, it's still coming down a little bit. Doge is still holding above that 7 cents. Bitcoin is still at the top of its 5-minute candle. Parabolic SAR here. We're at the 5:30 p.m. Eastern time zone. Robinhood maintenance. I'll be right back. I'm still in this Luna LUNC long. I'll be right back. I'm back. Looks like Doge is coming down a little bit faster here. Hey, good news. Good news. That stablecoin USDC is almost at 7 cents. It's actually trying to get Doge. Dogecoin is valued more than this stablecoin linked to Terra Labs. It's hilarious. If this pumps, it could be good for Luna C. But this has to pump. Bad news. We received another death cross. We received no. This is good news. This is a golden cross on 1 minute. My bad. Golden cross on 1 minute. Doge is still worth more than this stablecoin. Whoo!
Barely.
Barely. That's funny. Golden Cross came in for Luna C. It's easy to hold a trade open when you're winning, but once you start losing, you want to get out of the trade as fast as possible.
Now you tell me.
No, I'm just talking about human psychology, right? I mean, do you feel that way or no?
Oh no, I'm stuck in some longs right now that are extremely upside down.
Like how far down?
A lot.
Are they more than 5% down?
Yeah, they're definitely more than 5% down. Probably like 95% down.
95. Do you know how to use the stop loss feature?
I do.
You know how to use it, but you don't use it.
No. Normally I do. I just these trades are long standing. There's small value amounts. It's not like a big deal. It's more of like a ride out, see what the fuck happens.
Okay. Parabolic SAR is still uptrending for Luna C. The trade is still on. I'm still long. This candle's getting big here. Woohoo! Who gave this candle Viagra? We just broke above 15 almost.
Let's go.
Oh my god. Who gave look, I'll tell you why though. This is why it was pumping, because the stablecoin was pumping that's tied to it. Let's go to Nomics. It's still up there for like woo. It's still over 6.53 trillion coins in circulation. That was a big candle, right? 1498. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Wow. Moving average is slowly increasing as well. My only beef with that is that it was very low trading volume. If we can get a 10 billion volume candle and the price goes to 16, I'll be happy.
I think I'm in USTC at about 40 cents average. So yeah, it'd be nice to see it go back up.
Oh man.
Yeah, right.
When you think you're getting free money and you buy a stable coin that's depegged. USTC is starting to come back down. It fell well under 7 cents. It's at 6.8.
Yeah, I was able to average down a bunch when it came way down. I should have bought some more. Oh well. Shit happens.
For this, we have about 22 minutes. We need to break above 154 to get some really good confidence for Luna C. We don't break above that, then it's not going to be too much confidence. I'm surprised it's holding this long. But then again, the biggest wallet's holding 2.5 trillion and they haven't been transferring it out really. I think that wallet's just Binance. I don't know what they're going to do with it. Legally, they can buy or sell, their choice, but their investors could be long or short and get wrecked on the way. mean, technically we broke a little bit higher there. Not too high, though. Just a little bit higher there. Still in the profits here. Oh, you got your camera on, Kasum? We can see that body in your basement, dude.
Oh yeah, check it out. This is the first of the 3 freight shipments of fireworks. Pretty excited.
Jesus Christ! You keep flammable products in your house?
Yeah, only for a few days. They just showed up like 20 minutes ago. This is 393 pounds.
393 pounds of fireworks?
Yep, and the next 2 shipments should be a little bit larger than this one, so I'm excited.
Nice, nice.
I'm gonna go ahead and set the phone up and start doing a deboxing. If anybody cares, probably not, but might as well just show it off.
Yeah. Be careful opening them.
Right.
Don't want fireworks going off. I see some, I think, is that pesticide there too? Man. Your camera froze completely. Oh, no. Never mind. Oh, you got a torch in your hand too? I would not even have that torch anywhere near the fireworks in my house. Man. Should I shoot some fireworks for 4th of July? Bitcoin slowly heading above that $23,300 range. USTC is trying to hold here. Look, if Bitcoin can break above this $20,400 support, we'll see some action. Doge, like, it cools down and then goes up higher. Cools down, goes up higher. So that's good. Doge has been making higher highs. Higher lows, too. Higher highs, higher lows. It's a pretty bullish indicator. On this 5-minute, though, like, Luna C has just been coming down. Trading volume's definitely down a lot. Trading volume's down drastically. Trading volume's down drastically. This guy posted a nice screenshot. He's like, when you don't take profits. Someone offered him 666 Ethereum, wrapped Ethereum for his Bored Ape. And then today, a lot of Bored Apes got delisted from OpenSea.io due to a glitch, they said.
Take the money and run.
And that was when Ethereum was like $4,000. He didn't sell, and now Ethereum's like under 1,200. It made the ape price drop by like half when it was delisted. Well, that's scary. I think this has been one of my longer trades for the day, right? This one's been a while. Man, that Bored Ape Yacht Club delisting, though, that's scary stuff right there. When you log on your OpenSea, let's see. Still slowly climbing back up, still in the profits for this trade. Doge is back above 7.1. I really want to get everything into Doge in case Elon does tweet today, though. Yeah, CPI data could come out pretty bad, though. Getting a little bit of a spread here. This is actually a big downward trend candle for Lunacy. But it's no volume, it's only 29 million volume right here. I think I may set my price at 149 or 150. We'll see. Like, how far we're above this 1 hour moving average is scary. It's almost 40% above that moving average for 1 hour. Generally, the only time stuff does that is when it goes parabolic. Hence, the parabolic SAR. We did go parabolic for 3 days. A lot of people want these exchanges to do a 1.2% burn. That's a pretty dramatic. think it's starting to come down even faster in this 5 minutes. Very unfortunate. Bitcoin, a little bit of rejection here as well. Doge is still holding above 7 cents though. If Doge starts breaking below 7, then people may start worrying a little bit for Doge. And that USTC stablecoin is well below 7 cents. Doge is outperforming the stablecoin. I think next time it pumps up, I will highly consider taking profits. Oh yeah, Luna Classic is very dangerous, super risky. Super duper risky. Yep. It's almost like a Ponzi scheme what they did with Luna. But that minting feature to keep the stablecoin pegged, it's also a pretty bad design as well. So if another coin's like that with the algorithmic stablecoin, people probably will stay away from it. It feels like it's following Bitcoin a little bit here, though, honestly. It may be following Bitcoin just a little bit. Ooh, boy. Sorry, I was reading some news. If we get the Doge one rocket, that would be very interesting for Dogecoin. He hasn't been on Twitter in 7 days as well, Mr. Elon Musk. It's very possible he tweets about Doge today, sending it flying up towards that 10 cents range. If that happens, I would be very happy since I am in a long and I have some spot trading. Yeah, he's been gone for 7 days from Twitter. It's possibly to do with the Twitter deal, so that it goes through smoothly, but I'm not sure why he's been gone for 7 days off of Twitter. I do know that the factories are burning a lot of cash. He's losing billions of dollars to Tesla right now. This is very dangerous. Let's take a look at their stock. So Tesla is still under $700. He's been off of Twitter for around 1 week. On the 4 hour, we have another death cross for Tesla. Pretty bad news. Keep in mind this death cross is related to the candle previously where we had over 375,000 volume of shares. Yep, Tesla is looking pretty bad. You guys want to see what I said about Tesla on my Discord? We can go there real quick. So here's my Tesla post. Let's take a look at it real quick. It says Tesla's first death cross on week for Tesla since 2019 at $60 per share. So this was our first major death cross on a weekly. And if you look here closely, the price was $723 per share. Since then, the price is down to $680 and some change. So Tesla is not looking too shabby after that weekly death cross. Luna C is still coming down. It's actually coming down pretty hard here. Bitcoin was coming down as well. It did not even reach the $400. It's 361 right there. Still coming down. I think Luna C is following Bitcoin right here. And we're actually below the moving average. Oof. It's 6 o'clock. New hourly candle come in. Let's check the hourly candles. This is definitely looking very bad, very bearish right here. Doge hourly as well. Doge was climbing up. Luna C tried to do a little pump after being oversold. It went up. I think people who use super high leverage get liquidated super easy from this coin right here. Definitely pretty bearish. Trade volume's super low.
Still on lunacy? Tank?
Yes, sir.
Long or short? I'm
As
just
long
getting
as
back
you
in.
get.
You got 30% earlier, right? Back in. You got back in?
Yeah.
Nice.
What are you doing? Are you in any trades right now?
No, just Doge. Since
Okay.
since 6, 5, 5,
I
6,
see.
something like that.
Doge is holding above 7 cents. It's still above 7 cents right here.
Considering everything that's going on, Doge has been looking pretty daggone good these last few days. Holding.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much after Rap Luna killed me, my account is like half the size it was. So
Oh
I'm just
yeah.
doing one. I'm just doing one at a time right now, and just taking it slow, building it back up.
Someone in YouTube chat says they've been shorting Luna C since yesterday. They took profits, set 3 short entries a little higher than the last top. It's not a bad strategy. I don't have any thoughts about what BitBoy said. BitBoy just tries to get content sometime, right? Let's see. He's not really an intellectual in the crypto space. He's definitely horrible when it comes to charting as well. He says he's done guessing. He said his stuff was guessing before he's done guessing. But BitBoy, in terms of the crypto space, I don't know. Take everything that guy says with a grain of salt. Any influencer that gets paid to talk about certain projects and stuff, take it with a grain of salt.
Oh yeah, sweating.
Sweating?
Got to turn the AC on and chill out for a little bit. Is it warm out there? It was in the 90s earlier this week. It's down to 70 now.
It's pretty warm, but it's been cloudy this week.
Yeah, it was blistering 92 here, which doesn't sound like blistering, but man, when you're used to like 70, it sure is.
Man. A lot of our favorite stocks are down significantly. Thank you, Rudy. Any indication of a positive Fed report? Probably not. Anybody with a brain, anybody who lives in the real world knows that the consumer prices have been steadily increasing. Lemons, oranges, gasoline's increasing, beef prices increasing. We all know that it's increasing. The report's going to come out bad. The only hope that we have is that it's already priced into the market.
Yeah, Tim. Overall, though, it's housing that's the number one mover. I think housing was last month 5.5%.
So here's why housing price automatically went up last month and 2 months ago. The moment the Federal Reserve increases interest rates, it knocks out a lot of people that qualify for a home loan, so they go rent apartments and houses that they don't own. And then rental prices will automatically increase.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, in my area, it's just crazy. Like year over year, it's like almost a 25% increase for rent. I don't know how anybody even affords rent nowadays. Maybe that's why there's so many homeless.
Well, I afford rent by living with 10 people. It saves a lot of money.
Yeah, that does help.
We each pay $20. 100 people. All right, let's get 90 more people so we can pay $20 each.
You know, it's funny you say that. When I lived in an apartment back in the day, my next door neighbor, it was a 2-bedroom apartment, like 860 square feet, and there was like 8 people living in it. So yeah, I totally get it.
How about this? Let's get 10 people in the Discord. We'll just rent a cheap house together, and we all save money on rent during the crypto crash. I'm joking. I think everybody has their own life, their own families, and everything.
I don't think you could stand to live with me, Tame, honestly.
I could not stand to live with a guy that has a flame torch while opening fireworks. I'm gonna sleep in my head. I'm gonna picture a fire. I'm gonna have nightmares.
Well, we'd have to have a detached garage then if I was going to stay there.
Yeah. I mean, we would get somewhere with land and fiber internet.
Oh, man. Next place I move to is going to have fiber internet. Screw this BS.
I have fiber internet here. It's amazing.
I am super jelly. I've got good download, but upload's still only like 40 meg, which is just not enough.
Yeah.
I got a decent movie collection, and I've got a lot of friends that use it.
I'm not gonna lie, you look a little bit like Richard Hart did before he started developing jets.
You mean when I was selling Viagra?
So definitely don't start wearing Louis Vuitton or Gucci Prada. You're gonna look crazy.
This is as high quality as I go as this polo right here.
Look at me. I got this shirt somebody sent me 30 shirts for free one day. So these shirts are starting to fade really bad too. Yeah, it's funny. You look like Richard Hart before he became rich.
Yeah, I'm not planning on being rich. Just having fun.
How about we make a company where people can rent Louis Vuitton and rent Gucci? That'd be pretty cool.
No, they have one. There is a company out there that rents high end gear.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's more like a borrow system. I mean, you borrow it, and I think you have to pay full price when you borrow it, or not full price, markdown discount price.
All right.
And then you can return it for less, basically.
Oh, look at this fat green candle for Luna C again. We broke above 15 right here this time. Broke above 15 here. This has been the longest trade I've done of the day. I'm trying to go to a gym today. Trying to do a lot of stuff today, so definitely want to do my last trade and then put everything into Doge. Luna's up, Doge is down. I think now's the time to execute the plan. But I can just ride this longer. SAR is telling me to ride it longer. And actually this candle is different. This candle actually has volume. Over 1.3 billion, and we only have 1 minute left in this candle. Okay. Oh, actually, I'm going to turn on your camera. Hey, YouTube, I'm live with Richard Hart here.
So what's up with all those fucking nasty gram tweets you send me? What's up with that shit? Oh, I'm not Michael Saylor. Never mind.
The YouTube audience was like, "Whoa, what happened to Richard?" No, we can make you look like Richard. Grow your beard a little bit. Put some rings on your fingers. Yeah. That's hilarious. You want me to show YouTube what you look like, Mr. Fake Richard?
No, that's all right.
I'm going to draw a picture.
Give me a big dick if you're going to do that.
I'm not going to be that detailed. I'm going to show you guys what he looks like. This is Twitter, Richard Hart. This is the guy he looks like, this guy right here. And Richard Hart, his Instagram's worse than his Twitter, but look at this guy's outfit. It sounds bad, but this is the founder of Hets and the guy that I put my money into for the Pulset sacrifice. For my Het steak, this is the guy behind it. I feel bad that he's buying these clothes. He got a black eye in the picture here as well.
The black eye. Did you believe it?
I logged into the YouTube to take a peek at what you're showing. It's going to be great.
He had a black eye. He looks different with the full beard. His eye's healing, so that's good.
Oh, that guy looks like a baller. What's he walking? That's not him, is it?
That's him. That's Richard Hart.
Where'd he get that outfit from? I am definitely not shopping at the right discount stores.
This is funny too. He wears these. He's been. I don't know why. Something happened. something happened. He started wearing these really expensive outfits and posting about it. He says it's a marketing technique since he's not allowed to talk about crypto on some of these platforms, or they ban the accounts. Like this is like
I'm not man personed up. Okay, I apologize. Just not gonna happen. I'll do that though, right there. Go back and I'll do that. That's fine.
Yeah.
No. I was talking about the blonde.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll watch myself.
That's hilarious. Oh, this one's funny. Pregnancy test. Wow. I wonder if like these were like some classy pictures, right? I mean, the new ones are getting a little bit weird. The new ones are definitely getting a little bit weird. This is why I will never wear a Gucci outfit. This is what it looks like. I can buy a $20 outfit that looks a lot better and has more utility. I can buy an outfit with more pockets. Any man out there knows that you need shorts with pockets in the summertime. Not Joggers Gucci brand. Oh, my sound's bad? Mic check 1, mic check 2. How do I sound now?
Yeah, you're coming through all right.
Alright, so we're starting to get a little bit of price pump up. I'm still in a profit for this long. Bitcoin still having trouble. Actually, a lot of sell volume right there. Doge is still slowly coming down as well. It's not completely oversold. Do I take profits and run? That's the question. Do I take profits and run? Could be pretty decent profits. I mean, it keeps on these small pumps. This one's actually a little bit higher. The MACD crossed over right here as well. This is very important. MACD is crossing under 5. If this works out, then it could shoot above 15.5 right here. If the MACD crosses and the price pumps. Yeah, the MACD right here, guys. Alright, so this MACD is bullish. That's what I have going for me right here. And Heartgrove says, Tam, I can't believe you put an ounce of trust in that giant D-bag. It's his money. He can spend his money however he wants to in Heartgrove. Oh, man. Alright, so if this MACD does cross over, like, we're getting this bullish momentum here. This could be good for lunacy for my long. A lot of people may start closing their shorts right here if they were shorting from up here. But man, I'll be right back. I'm back. So it does look like that MACD crossed over, and it's bullish now. We're above 15 again, so my long is printing money again. I'm very happy with this position. Let's see, YouTube. I could close it here, walk away, be done trading for the day. What's pumping? Doge is still dipping a little bit further. RSI is in the overbought range, 76. Last time we were up to like 90 something on a big pump up. It's not bad. It's not a horrible spot to be in right here. Let's see what their stablecoin is doing. The stablecoin for Luna is pumping at 7.138. God, that stablecoin's pumping. That's why Luna C's pumping. Does my mic sound good, YouTube? If my mic sounds bad, just let me know. Alright, sounds pretty good. Some of the people on Discord went up to the other channel above. I'm just trying to execute this trade, earn as much profit as possible before I hop off here today. This will be the 8th trade of the day. Volume's here though. Volume's here right now, so that's pretty good. Woo. Holding above 15, this long is pretty profitable right here. Definitely in the profit. Alright, I have some background hum. Sorry about that. Let me see. I'm not sure. I'm like 8% on this long right here. 8% right here. It's hard to read the long part, but I'll try to keep this trade open a little bit longer. After I do close the trade, I will let you guys know when I close the trade. 4% here, 2% here, 8% here. Trades add up. Trades add up. If you don't believe me, start an Excel spreadsheet. Put these percentages in this, multiply and see. Definitely adds up. MACD started getting that bearish momentum on the hourly though, so that's my only concern. May get a big push up though. As this the stablecoin's 7.3 cents. I would have been better going with the stablecoin rather than Luna C. It's at 7.33 cents right here. If this keeps climbing, it's going to help push Luna up a little bit. We may see these levels again, Mike Lester. May even revisit that support level around 4.92 cents for Doge. As Luna C is climbing, like, let's see. Twenty-one is pretty close though. This long's pretty good right here though. Been playing this all day. My plan was to take profits from Luna, put it into Doge, and thankfully Doge is dipping while Luna's pumping. Luna's pumping because the stablecoin's pumping. If it breaks above 9 cents again, then woo-hoo. Do you chart any in Hartgrove? If you chart some, you'll see the similar numbers. We're talking about oversold, overbought, based off relative strength index and moving averages in Hartgrove. This is right here. This right here. This is a good sign right here in this 5 minutes. And we're only 3 minutes in. Right here. Luna C slowly breaking back up. I'm happy I'm in my long. Alright, let's move this over. I think if the wick can fill this. We're slowly climbing up. We're slowly climbing back up. Moving average and William Alligator's curving up as well. I didn't say psychic ability and Hartgrove. It's not psychic ability. I said that's based off of the oversold and overbought periods. Whenever we're at the overbought 95 plus RSI daily to weekly time frames, Doge should be trending around 21.45 cents when the volume picks back up. Oh, right here. This is the candle. This is the candle where volume slowly increased. We're at 2 billion again. So it's mostly buy volume for these last 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes. And we're holding above 15 right here. As USTC starts climbing. Seeing this thing depegged is what helped me start shorting Luna in the first place. Whew, my God. Good gravy. If this thing ever does peg back to $1, it will be a miracle. And if it pegs back to $1 and people uses it as $1 for trading, it will be an even bigger miracle. Bitcoin's coming down pretty hard. 5-minute parabolic SAR downtrend. Solid sell volume. As we get sell volume on this Bitcoin, we surprisingly have buy volume on Luna C. So, which candle? $7.5. Jesus Christ. So I put in chart show on Discord. That's very interesting. I'm going to put this on YouTube members as well. It's very interesting. Hello. Hola. All right, yeah. This thing is fucking climbing. God, it just gained like 1 cent right there. That's a huge gain right there for USTC. Oh, very wild, very wild. This is if USTC starts climbing, this is good for Luna C. Doge may be getting a little bit of support here as we get to this moving average line. Around 7 cents is moving average, so that's pretty good. Bitcoin's still coming down a little bit. Maybe this sell volume will stop as we get in this oversold range right here. So Bitcoin's oversold at $20,183. All right. Been scalping this all day, so it's very interesting watching this. My perspective about Luna C. But I think when USTC starts coming down, Luna starts coming down. It's completely overbought here, 90 RSI. Definitely overbought, 7.55 cents. This thing's supposed to be pegged to $1, but it crashed during the Luna minting crash, so I don't know what's happening right here. The volume's pretty high though. 9 million. These candles are increasing in volume. Let's see here. Starting to lose a little bit of this bullish momentum right here. Alright, definitely lots of sell pressure, even down to 1484. Maybe starting to see a little bit of sell pressure on USTC as well. Definitely looking a bit undecided right here. What's up, Carlo? Definitely some sell pressure building up here as well for Luna C. Bitcoin's getting a little bit of rebound. That's why Luna C might be dipping as well. I'm going to secure profits probably. Not too much volume right there. We have about 15 minutes. So 15 minutes for this candle. Let's see. I don't want to make a rash decision. I'm up over 5% on this trade. Let's see. %6 right here. How you doing, Carlo? USTC, it's not like free falling yet. It's still like holding above 7.5. It's not free falling, so I can keep this trade open a little bit longer. Oh, it's actually getting a little bit of a pumpity. 7.55. This could help Luna. Seven is even breaking higher up here. Wow. Parabolic SAR is uptrending for USTC. That's crazy. This is wild. You know, some TA on Dogecoin. So looking at Dogecoin right now, the first thing we see on this 5-minute chart, we're actually on the moving average line, which is close to 7 cents. Generally, when you're on the moving average line, it has room to go either up or down. Currently, let's analyze this. We were oversold recently, so we're oversold and then hit the moving average line. So I feel like Doge has a little bit room to go up on this 5-minute chart. Let's go to my favorite time frame real quick, the 4-hour chart. If we look at this 4-hour chart, the parabolic SAR is uptrending. So Doge right here on the 4-hour chart definitely has room to go up. We're not overbought yet. We still have at least 30 good points before Doge is completely overbought in this 4-hour, which may set us above this 7.8 cents as well. Now, if the Elon tweet comes, we'll probably see at least 10 cents Dogecoin. If we look at Doge on the weekly, we were coming down. We had this nice slow downtrend. We're still technically downtrend, but right here on the weekly, this spot right here, when we had that support at 4.92, that was our furthest point from the moving average since a long time, almost since forever. So this was our first time on a weekly that we've been this far below the moving average. So pretty bullish, optimistic for Dogecoin right here as well. MACD starting to curve up for the bullish side. We're losing this bearish momentum on the weekly as well. So on my 5-minute chart, I feel like Doge at 7 cents here. It has room to go up. Definitely room to dip down in the short term, but I think it has more room to go up than to go down at this point in time. Luna C parabolic SAR is downtrending. The MACD is about to cross over to become bearish. So, well, it's losing bullish momentum. MACD is losing this bullish momentum for the 5-minute for the Luna C. And the stablecoin USTC is just climbing. It's at 7.78 cents right here. It's pretty wild. Pretty wild. This thing went from 6.7 to 7.7. Huge difference right there. If somebody's spot trading, that's a huge difference. And Luna C is coming back down a little bit. I hope that if we can hold above 10 cents for USTC, that it will help bring up Luna C. So I'm going to put USTC on the top there so we can track the price beside Luna C, just so we can see how things come out. It seems like when Bitcoin starts reversing uptrending, Luna C starts dipping down. USTCs just keep climbing though. Huge buy volumes coming in. Keep in mind, this is a stablecoin algorithmic, trying to get it back towards $1. I don't know how long that would take. I feel like if Luna C comes down, I could probably get a better entry, but man. Seeing USTC pumping like this, woo. Doge, definitely parabolic SA are starting an uptrend right here as well as we break above the moving average on the 5 minutes. If the algorithm works and there's enough trades, it is possible for USTC to go towards $1. Very possible. USTC is climbing though. Woo. It's trying to depeg. I meant peg again. And I'm selling this Luna long. Can't really do a long for USTC on the KuCoin. Almost 8 cents right here. Wow. I could probably do the margin trading for it, not the futures trading though. I'm pretty good. I did a whopping 7 trades today. I won every trade. Currently I'm in my 8th trade, still winning this trade. What's up everyone? Lunacy is going parabolic. MIR and yeah. But I stuck to this Luna C trade since they're kind of connected together. Luna kind of pumped first. Now it's USTC's turn to pump. And they both hold, and that's great. They're both down significantly from where they were in the beginning when USTC was pegged to $1. So we're still above the moving average on the 5 minutes for Luna C. And guys, we're still waiting for an Elon tweet today that would help us get towards that 10 cents range. If Elon tweets and we get to 10 cents, happy. It would be a great day. Great day. Doge is still climbing up here. Doge is still above 7 cents right here. We went to 6.9 and some change, but still above 7 cents. Doge has been coming up today as well. Doge was at 6.6. Now we're at 7 cents. What you're seeing right here with this USTC, if Elon tweets, you'll see something similar happen to the Dogecoin chart. This is pretty wild though. Constant buy pressure. You have candles up to 11 million, and this is just on KuCoin alone. Woo. Huge candles. Similar price as Doge, but Doge candles are like 2 to 3 million. So these are definitely way bigger candles. We don't know when Elon's going to tweet, Carlo. Just hoping he tweets today. We don't know for sure. He's been away from Twitter for 7 days. There goes another big pump up for Luna C right here. Look at this. As the stablecoin USTC is pumping, it's helping Luna C. There we go. There we go. There we go. Woohoo! Man, this long is printing. We still have 2 whole minutes in this candle as well. Look at that. We went as high as 15.4. The algorithmic stablecoin is trying. Woo! Look at that. Look at that. Look at that pumpity pumpity. And I'm glad I kept this long open. Man. Bitcoin still had trouble, but I draw when it was oversold, generally. Sorry. It might have been hidden by my camera, but this is when I drew when Bitcoin was oversold. Might see a little bit of price action upwards from right here as this RSI tries to climb upwards. USTC though, once this starts coming down, Luna may follow suit, but it's a chain reaction. I'm actually pretty happy with my last long. This is pretty good, and we're at the 7 o'clock candle, so this definitely helped the hourly candle. Definitely helped the hourly candle. Still in my long. Like, this is a big trade right here. This is climbing. This is actually a pretty big trade right here. I'm already up to 20% on this trade, so very happy. I looked at my phone. Oh my God, this is like another good trade for the day. Oh my God. I mean, I saw USTC pumping. Now I'm up like 28%. So 29%. About 28. My Luna is at 28% right here. Ping my Discord when I did this, entered this trade as well. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. And I'm only using 5 times leverage for this trade as well, guys. Alright, we're slowly creeping up. But this time it's a little bit more parabolic activity right here at how fast we're climbing. And mostly it's because of the stablecoin. Oh, stablecoin is kind of like faltering right here. Definitely, I'm not walking away right here. We definitely have a lot more room to go up. We're at 82 RSI though. Alright. Alright. Ooh, that's a lot of buy volume right there. Each 1 minute candle. Alright. Securing my profits. I'm out of the trade. I'm out of the trade. I walked away with about 28% for that trade. It's pretty good, pretty nice. Happy with that. So this is my Discord. I pinged when I entered the trade. This was my entry. 14735, some change. And this was my exits. Market price was 155,647. So secure the profits. Secure those profits. Let's see if the price is coming down. That price is coming down. That's why I secure profits. My 8th trade successfully executed. That was my longest trade too. That was a pretty long trade for 28%. I'll tell you. Oh, the stablecoin's starting to bounce back up. Ooh. Doge is climbing a little bit as well. But I think that 8th trade was going to be my last trade for the day, and then I might go down on Discord. Some other people are in another channel, talk with them, and then just a recap of what we did today, or what they did today. This is a pretty good trade today. 8 trades. 8 trades. Pretty good. Boom, boom, boom. Very happy. Very satisfied with these trades today. You notice to take profit, it wasn't like right at the double top, but a little bit below. I mean, those double tops were, man. We got rejected on those double tops. Let's hide the drawings real quick. We still didn't pass 158. We still didn't pass 158. It's possible it goes up higher, though. That was just my last trade for the day, because I have other things to take care of. That was 8 trades. Nice, nice, nice. All right, I will hop back on possibly tomorrow. I don't know if I'll hop back on tonight. 8 good trades. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I'll rename the stream and then close it. And I'm not gonna keep the YouTube live when I'm away. Alright guys, thank you for watching. Hit that like button. That was my last scalp of the day for Luna C. Subscribe if you want to join the Discord. I have the link in the video description. I also have it in the chat on the pinned message at the top.